to switch over to a new stream on YouTube, it'll automatically do it for you. Don't have to do anything, but we will be off air just here for 1 or 2 minutes, and then we'll be back with a very special interview, so stay tuned. Welcome back to Mountain Outpost coverage of the 2025 Mammoth 200. I am Corinne Shalvoy, joined by Shelby Farrell. We are on a new stream, so welcome to the next stream. These races are so long that we have to do like 8-10 streams on YouTube. So, you know, we're glad that you're still here with us. Really excited to be bringing in a couple special guests. What you're looking at on your screen here real quick for everyone who is viewing at home, Jeff Pelletier's crew is there with him at Crater Mountain, mile 125, and he is currently in the aid station. Sorry, he is in the restroom, porta potty, as they prepare for whatever he needs to have done. So we will keep eyes on this, as well as welcome in our very exciting guests. Welcome to the live stream, Harley Hannon and Nash. Thank you guys for joining us. It's awesome to have you in studio.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thanks.
Harley, we were following your race all yesterday and into the night, and really appreciate you coming in to chat a little bit about your experience out there. First, for anyone who doesn't know you or your background, you know, tell us a little bit about where you're from and your athletic background.
Yeah, I'm from Maine. I grew up in Connecticut, but have spent basically ever since then in Maine. And I started running. I struggled through college and found that like maybe trying sport would be helpful to like get me through. So I like started running. I made the team and started running my junior year of college.
Wow.
Which was like around 2018.
And where'd you go?
I went to Ithaca College.
Ithaca, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was a phenomenal experience. And then I just like happened to be really good at it and just like kept getting better and better at it. And then, you know.
You didn't, okay, we need to rewind. You didn't start running until your junior year of college? Like at all? Like
no. I was always like, I was a soccer player, so there was a lot of running there.
Okay.
I was always like athletic, but never ran. I tried running once in high school. And like the second day of practice was like a hill workout, and I faked being sick, and I ran to the bathroom, and I was like, I'm never doing this again.
Oh my gosh, that's an amazing story.
Yeah.
But you just said that you did really well at it. I think you're being humble. Don't you have multiple national titles?
Yeah.
So to your name in which events?
I set the national record in the 5K, and then I won nationals for cross country, and then in the 5K, 10K outdoors. My only indoor season was when COVID hit, so it was canceled.
Okay, amazing. And did all that in just a couple of years of running in college. That is incredible. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay,
yeah.
and then what happened?
Yeah. And then I was kind of like totally lost because I'm just coming off of this like accelerated just like continuum of just being really good at running and being graduated and not knowing what to do in the real world. And then so I started working, but was just running on the side and just running just started running more and more. And for a while I was running like I was running like 30 miles a day for like 200-mile weeks for like a year or two, but that led me to eating disorder treatment. And so I went to treatment, came back, wanted to still run, and so started running again, still on like the higher side, like 150 a week, and then but just like easy runs, just like easy runs, and sometimes I'd jump into a tempo, and ultimately ended up like signing up for this random 20-miler, did it at OTQ pace. And then my friends were like, you should try a marathon. And then I tried a marathon a couple weeks later. And then I qualified for the Olympic trials. And then I was like, oh, okay. Like maybe I should try this professionally. And then I joined a professional running team. I'm still technically a part of it, but like I've been dealing with a lot of injuries for the past 2 years. So I've been haven't been really working a lot with my coach, Ben True, for Northwoods Athletics. And so I did the OTQ, the Olympic trials, injured, and then was just super unhappy running, took a little bit of a break, but did the speed project, pacing someone.
Shelby has also done the speed project.
Yeah, which one have you done?
You might have actually used my route.
Oh, yeah?
I was the first female to go solo on Powerline.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I used Aaron's, But he
Okay.
probably did a pretty similar one to you. But
I
that's
honestly
sick. I
stopped
did not know
paying
that.
Attention. Yeah, it was like, when did I? 2022.
Oh,
was when
sweet.
I did that, and so yeah, I heard word on the street. We have a mutual friend, Joaquin Castle.
Oh, yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, make sure you're following Parley." Like, didn't you like pace Rob Perez for 240 miles or something of
Yeah.
the speed project, and
Yeah.
then finished? And we're like, "Oh, I could do this."
Yeah, that's what happened.
And
I was,
that's so cool.
I was just like, but that was my first ultra. Like, it went from like marathons to like a 240-mile race, and it was just like totally a game changer for me. I was like,
In what way?
marathon. I just felt like I was so much like healthier and happier in like. I just felt so much more like my cup felt so much more filled in like the ultra worlds.
That's really interesting. So, was it the people you were around in the community? Was it like the actual events themselves, or like what led to that feeling? Do you think? Because it sounds like you love to run a lot and a
Yeah.
long way, right? And so, yeah. Do you have any insights into kind of like what contributed to it being so meaningful?
I think there are a lot of factors. I think like, and I try and talk a lot openly about this because I know it's not something that everyone talks about. But like, I've dealt with an eating disorder since I was 15. I'm 29 now. Like, I think I'll always be in recovery. But I found that like ultra running, like what I struggled a lot with marathon running is like, you know, you line up at these start lines and everyone's basically in bikinis, and you see so much success from like people who are like, not all the time, but a lot of times really struggling and really unhealthy. And it's just like, it just is perpetuating this thing that like personally is just so harmful. And then also seeing how harmful it is for other people. And so I just was like, I'm not happy doing this. And I'm just like beating myself up more. So when I found ultras, I found that like, wow, like people just want to like eat really good food while running and like drink beer and just,
And eat
like,
a lot of food.
yeah, and are just like really wild and adventurous.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, to distance runners in general are like wild and crazy, but ultra runners, it just like takes that next level.
You also see a lot of different body types, you know, not to get like too deep in or philosophical into this whole conversation, but you start to see people excelling that look really, really strong, you know, versus just really, really thin or just really, really light. And it is, you know, it's like it can be done many ways. And
Absolutely.
there's different things that, you know, yeah, I used to have a super flat butt, and now I got like a little bit of a booty, and I'm like very proud of it. And it
Yeah.
all came because I ran a lot of uphill
Yeah.
and got into the mountains. And it's like, you know, those
Yeah.
things can be celebrated,
No,
and
yeah,
they're
these are,
important.
They
like,
should.
Such important conversations,
Yeah.
though, because especially with social media, we're constantly comparing each other, whether you're on Instagram or even Strava, comparing your paces to people. Like, it's dangerous.
Yeah, it's so dangerous. And like, I think that, yeah, like, these things should be celebrated. Like, and my sister's so great at it. Like, full transparency, before the race, I was just like feeling really depressed and like was really struggling with my body image. And like, I texted my sister and I was just like, I don't know if I'm capable of this. Like, I just feel so big. And I just feel like since I'm not like as thin as I used to be, like I'm just not going to be able to be successful. And like when my sister, she's like, you were just so strong, Partly. And like, that is what matters. Like, she's like, I hate when you don't eat. Like, you are like one of the strongest people, and being strong physically is only going to make you like even stronger. And it just is like, and I'm still learning that. I still like obviously have those times when I don't believe it, but like, yeah, it's great when you can see it, you know, and I think the ultra world does a really good job of that.
That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
awesome. We are going to keep on this track. Real quick update. We have Jimmy Elam leading the race, and he is in the aid station. Where is he at? Is he at June Mountain? I think he is, or Grant Lake. We're going to get confirmation of exactly where he's at. But then I think we also have eyes on Rachel Entrekin, who is making her way down there. So lower right corner, you got Jimmy Elam being crewed out of a vehicle, and the upper large frame, we've got Rachel Entrekin kind of making her way down to, I believe, that same aid station. It's Walker Lake. Oh, going around Walker Lake. Which aid station? We're in Grant Lake. Okay. All right. Awesome. Okay.
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 The gate.
got it. So they might be 6-7 miles apart at this point in time, but we do have so Rachel Entrican leaving is past the gate, which is an aid station, but it's a water only stop, making her way down to Grant Lake. And we have Jimmy Elam in Grant Lake aid station. So we will keep eyes on both of those so you can keep tabs on what's happening. All right. So Parley, thank you so much for sharing all of this with us. Nash, we're going to get to you, so don't go anywhere.
You don't have to.
Yes, we do. But Parley, what made you decide to want to do the Mammoth in the first place?
Yeah. Like I said, I've been dealing with a lot of injuries for the past 2 years, and it's just made I knew I wanted to be professionally running, but with being injured, it was just like, okay, well, I'm not really getting much out of it. I can't really run. What am I doing? And then I just was randomly just signing up for ultras and doing them injured, and then just being successful, but then just walking away still injured. And then I spent a little time just getting a little bit healthier, and then I did a 100-miler off the whim, and I was getting healthier cross training, and then decided instead of starting running, I would just sign up for a 100-miler and go straight to a 100-mile instead of training running wise for the 100. And I did it, and I was super successful for the first 70 miles, and then my quads were just totally seized up. And I'm like, okay, this is the last time I'm gonna go from not running and then just throwing myself into this. So did that, and I was like, wow, this is my first non-TSP ultra, and this is really cool.
Where was that? Because you don't have any ultra sign-up results.
Is it Vermont?
So
it was Vermont 100.
It's Vermont 100. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we found her.
Yeah.
We found it.
Well, because I DNF'd in that one, so I dropped out. I was leading woman for the first 70 miles, and then just walked for 18 miles, and was just in so much pain. I just dropped at 89.
I've done that.
I dropped at 89. I had no support there. I had no crew. And in TSP, it's my sister was literally in the truck next to me the whole time. So such a different vibe. And I was like, this is fine. I signed up for this because I just missed ultra running. I'm happy. So I did that though, and I just was like, wow, if I actually properly trained for this would be great. And so then I looked into 200-mile races, and then I saw Mammoth, and I was like, oh, this would be sick. Reached out, and then Hillary got back to me and said there was one of the elite women dropped, and that I could do it. And so I started just running a lot of uphill and downhill, because that's what I learned in the Vermont 100 is that you really more so than the uphill is you really got to prepare yourself for the downhill. And so I just went and spent a lot of time with my sister in Vermont, and just would run up. She lives on a mountain. I just run 3 miles up the mountain, and then just try and run as hard as I can, pounding my quads down the mountain.
Yeah.
And I did that a lot. And so I think I was definitely more prepared for this race. But I did no mountain running. So definitely when we hit the rock scrambles, and we're going up more step things.
Yeah.
It's mountain running is still much different than hill running. You know,
right.
I'm much used to just more trail. I can do hills for days, but mountain running was oh, okay. But yeah, that's why I decided for the Mammoth 200 was because I was it came up on ultra sign up, and it looked really cool.
Yeah.
And
Awesome. I'll let you ask a couple questions.
Yeah, so I'm based in Vermont too, and we
Oh,
have
really?
incredible. Well, you're based in Maine, but you know what I mean. Your
yeah,
sister's
we're in Vermont.
Morrisville, right outside of Stowe.
Okay.
Where's your sister?
Right near Brattleboro.
Oh, cool. So southern Vermont.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we have so much great gravel roads. So I totally know what you're saying about you have that quick cadence versus a sloggy technical climb.
Yeah.
It's different.
So
it's
different.
It's hard to change gears too.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious. Tell me about the start of your race.
Yeah.
And the altitude. Have you played at 8,000 to 11,000 feet before?
So my last, my second to last TSP was in Atacama, and the highest peak we got to was 14.5.
Oh, okay.
So we were running 50 miles at 14,000 feet, and a lot of it was around 11,000 feet. So my body is pretty good at altitude, and
Nice.
I kind of I knew that.
Nice.
And yeah, the start of the race, honestly, I felt great. Like at the beginning, I was like, and I'm glad I didn't, because I think I like was probably a little headstrong, but I was like, oh, we're like, I could go past these people, but I'm like very glad that I didn't, because I was definitely would have like blown up more. But no, I felt really strong.
Okay, we'll get into the race real quick. Nash.
Yeah.
What has been your
Yeah.
role here? What is your role in this entire event? And have you ever been to one of these races before?
Yeah, great question. What am I doing here?
Yeah, what are you doing here?
I also met Parley in the intersection of the Speed Project, where
Okay.
a lot of people are exploring their limit in some way or another, and it's like a very free place to do that. And a lot of my support through running in general has been through photography, and also for this, also pacing.
Okay.
And Parley sent the invitation, and I said yes in 2 seconds, because I grew up in California and I love Mammoth as well.
Awesome.
And this is where I fell in love with shooting running.
Okay.
And that's where you really learn there's so many ways to give somebody energy and to support somebody when they're
Love that.
doing very hard things.
Love that.
And you can do it by making the snacks all cute on a table, and so they don't have to think. And you can do it by taking
We're gonna clip that.
beautiful
Making
photos.
the snacks all cute on the table. This is ultra running in a nutshell.
And
Make
this is the
snacks
first time
cute
we've
on the
hung out, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, we've never, like, we met for 1 minute before he
Wow.
came.
Yeah,
Okay.
in Las Vegas.
All right.
Okay,
All
you're
At the
right.
pool party.
Good
me.
job.
Yeah.
So am I
Yeah.
hearing content and pacing
Yes, and just general positivity.
and general positivity, giving energy in any way possible?
Yes.
Got it.
Snacks look
He was my
There's-
only pacer
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
because I dropped. So
then, yeah.
Okay.
And then we
okay.
just laid on the ground and looked at the stars, and then we got picked up.
I mean,
you
that sounds
need
pretty
to have
cool,
a
though.
star break. My first 200 was Cocodona, and my pacer forced us to like turn off our lights and like have a star break and reconnect with like the universe
Yeah.
before,
we
slogging
saw
on.
like 7 shooting stars.
What?
But we were just
Yes.
we were lying on the side of the highway in our bivvies.
That's insane.
It was great. It
That's
was
so
so
cool.
phenomenal.
Okay, so you said going back to the race. Well, that's a very important part, and we want to hear about your pacing experience as well. But going back to the start, you said you were feeling really good. Just walk us through it a little bit. Kind of what were those first sections like, and yeah, was it what you expected it to be?
Yeah, I honestly I didn't really expect a DNF. But I felt really strong. I don't know if it was like poor planning on terms of like electrolytes, or if it was the mountain running, or a combo of both, but like first of all, I did like no training really with a water pack. I would hold like 1 water. So it was just like, I didn't really know how much water like I needed like to be carrying. And so anyways, once we got to like the first aid station where my crew was at mile like 31, I was like running the last like 8 to 10 miles with like hardly, like I ran out of water, and I definitely needed more electrolytes. And so I was just cramping up so bad. And so then I thought that just getting more electrolytes in me and just water would just like fix me up. So I chugged a lot of electrolytes, chugged a lot of water, and then like got some calories in me, and then kept moving. And then just my cramping just got worse and worse.
Interesting.
And then I took I was just like, I was in so much pain. My legs were just like totally shot. And so that's when I I walked for like 4 or 5 miles, called my sister while she was watching me. I called her, and she was like, "Oh my God, you're calling me and I'm watching you on the drone right now." And I was like, "Yeah, I won't stop following me, and I just want to stop."
Oh.
And so then I just like fell and lied in a dirt pile for like 2.5 hours, thinking I was like completely done. And then James
Poole, another
James
TSP
Poole,
guy.
he ran out and like got me. So like, which I meant for him to come out with a car, which I'm glad he didn't. So he just came out and just like walked with me to the next aid station. And then at that point, I didn't know. I was like, I figured we would like DQ'd because I was like, James, you're not allowed to be here with me right now.
Interesting. Okay.
And so.
And what mile are we at here, do you think?
We're probably like, it was.
Is it Sherwin Creek
Probably
to
like
Convict
30
Lake? Yeah,
yeah.
so like between 32 and 40.5.
Yeah, so we were probably like 35-ish. I mean, we were just walking, but anyways, I was like, I don't care. I was like, the whole point wasn't like, so I honestly continued forward thinking I was like DQ'd, but like I wasn't doing it to place. I was doing it to like see what it meant to me and like what I needed. And then I got there, ate a lot of food, and then just was like, I want to try and continue going. And then I gave it another go to the next aid station, took a bad fall after like cruising for a while, and then took another 3-hour break. And
At Crowley Lake, maybe?
Did you go around Convict Lake?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we went around Convict Lake, and then I went around Convict Lake and then went to the next aid station, and that's where I took like the longer break, and then we went to Ted
Tom's place?
Tom's
Yeah.
place.
Tom's
So
place.
you were with her from Crowley Lake
to Tom's
to
place.
Tom's place.
And then once we got to Tom's place, I had kind of thought that like by Tom's place, I was like, it's time for me to call it. Like it was 2 stints of like really just like trying to continue forward.
Yeah.
And I think like I just like physically and also just really mentally just like wasn't in it. And
Yeah.
I just like, I missed just being like with the crew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you still cramping on the way to Tom's place, or was it more of just like overall fatigue at that point? And
So like the dirt nap really helped actually. So like once I got up and walked to Convict Lake and then like ate a lot, I definitely felt like revitalized. And I was like, okay, and the cramping was like pretty much gone. And so I was like, okay, like maybe I can continue forward. Like maybe I can do this. And I was like, immediately got up and I was just like running hot and like feeling really good. And then I took that fall, and then I was just like, oh God. And I just like continued running though. And then after just, then I don't know exactly what it was. I think it was a combination. Like the cramping didn't really come back. The knee was definitely bothering me a little bit. I just felt like my heart and like my like desire to continue just like wasn't really in it.
yeah.
And I felt like I wasn't really sure that I was like being as kind to myself during the race as I needed to be. Like I wasn't being as like proactive about nutrition while during the segments, like after the dirt nap. And so I just was like, if I'm not going to be treating my body, like if I'm consciously aware that I'm not, being as good to my body as I should be in this moment, then like I don't really see the value in my continuing to do this.
This is just like, I feel this so hard right now. I recently had my first like, wow, my heart's not in it. You are torturing yourself. Like to run 200 miles, your heart has to be in it. You cannot run 200 miles with no heart. And I ultimately like pulled the plug on what I was trying to do, and I said I did it for self-care. Like it felt like I needed to stop because I needed to take care of myself.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you felt that, and it's a weird thing because you're just like digging in. You're like, okay, what's my why? Why am I doing this?
Yeah.
And you can't find it. It's
Yeah.
so weird.
Yeah, it's really challenging. I think especially because I think when you sign up for races, it's like there's the idea that getting to the finish line is the only win, like that is like the only success that you find in like signing up for a race is like getting to that finish line. And I think that there's a lot of like, one of my like comments to Nash while we were just lying there watching the stars was just like, as I was still knowing that I was going to be disappointed in myself slightly, I just was like, in a way, like this is a win for me, like deciding to pull out, because I'm someone who's like constantly drilling myself into the ground and like not always for the best reasons. And like deciding to like stop was like, that is something that like sometimes I say old Parley like would never have done.
Love it. Yeah. That's like what needed to happen and what you needed to learn from this experience in order to grow. And that's really cool. And it's, you're not, you know, we see so many instances of that. I mean, Walmsley comes to mind, one of the best in the sport. He just won worlds at the long trail for his second world title. Took him 3 times to finish Western States. And, you know, when he did, he set a record, but he is very much someone who comes out and says, like, I don't nail things the first time. I gotta work on them really hard to figure them out. Sometimes I have to do things like move to France for 2 years to be able to figure out how to run a race. But it's like, you know, that is part of the whole story that's going to evolve and kind of become, you know, your story of your time in the sport, which is really cool. And as long as you're taking the learnings from this forward, like that is the only thing that you need to do. So I think it's really admirable, and sounds like you're at peace with like what happened and you know, all good things going forward. So really appreciate you sharing the story, and I think a lot of people can relate to it.
Yeah, we have people popping up in the chat that are so inspired by you. Somebody once told me that this was a little dark, but I think it's true. Like, the only real finish line is death. You know, like,
whoa, Shelby, we're getting deep.
Is that too much? I don't know.
It is true.
Yeah,
it is true.
Though. Like, we put so much on the actual finish line of a race, but there's so much more. There's so much more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is. There's the learning and growing along the way.
Yeah.
What, anything else, reflections on your experience here?
I mean, there's so much that we could talk about,
Yeah.
but I just think overall leaning into this like process-driven enjoyment of running and being with each other is always when you have like the most enjoyable. It's when you're loving this sport the most because you're in the moment the most. And our favorite time, I think, maybe was just like when we forgot about the expectation and the result of anything or the place or the pace of anything, and it was just like spending time with the friends around the car, accepting that nothing had to happen, but like we got to choose, like we were on this adventure together, and Parley kept saying she didn't want to let us down, or like the expectation of what we wanted out of something, she didn't want to not fulfill a kind of made up obligation to us, or like we
self-imposed.
Yeah, but it's like we are literally having the best time. And I think that's truly what it's all about.
Yeah.
And I think in moments where you can lean into that too, you do get the best results. But I think you learn so much from the failures, quote unquote failures, of these experiences that don't go how you expect. And as long as you can learn from them, you can build and continue to love the sport and continue doing it. But I think just doing it with beautiful people that have this similar mindset and are not too rigid and like judgmental about how you're doing things or feeling yourself or pacing or anything. If you're surrounded by people who just support you and give you energy, you're going to have a great time and continue to love running and keep doing it and keep inviting these people back and keep trying it out because nobody's got it dialed.
Yeah.
And this is trail running. What you just
Yeah.
described, like this is the trail running community. Like we are all kind of weirdos out here.
We're misfits. Let's just put it out there.
Yeah, and it's
But you're exactly
We're
right.
all pushing ourselves and trying to do this thing and working together. And there's really no judgment. It's all love.
And you're exactly right. The memories are what matter. Like and that is not always tied to a result or a time or a placement or anything else. So that was very beautifully said. And yeah, we really appreciate you guys sharing this. You doing okay? Need anything? Need more liquids? Need more electrolytes?
I just was gonna say, like, off of like that, like it's like I feel like it was a risk being with like a group of like my crew of there's 4. Is there 5? 4? There's 4
In the end, there's 5 of us
There's
total.
five of us.
Guys, but mostly adopted someone along the way.
besides James Poole, like they were all strangers. And you know, we got back to the Airbnb at like 2:30 yesterday in the morning, and then like everyone just like grabbed some beers and just sat on the couch, and like we stayed up for another hour and a half. And you'd think after an experience like that, people would just like want to crash, and we just like sat around the couch like and just laughed. And it was just, and then this morning we just all walked to a coffee shop and then ran up to Mammoth Mountain.
Nice.
And like
so cool.
just
you have this
like,
new bond and like a new relationship. It's really
and it felt like
special.
really like the memories, like those are the things that I'm gonna remember. Yeah, so it was really beautiful.
Love it. And quick shout out, Nash. Are you the founder of Currently Running Apparel?
I am. Yeah.
Quick shout out to Currently Running Apparel. Check them out.
Thank
That's
you.
Absolutely no. I gotta check it out. Looks really awesome.
He's wearing all of it.
Well, you
Somebody
look
has to.
fantastic. Like we need to do a runway show, both of you guys in here. So love it. Thank you for bringing some fashion vibes and some great looks to the live stream and to the studio here. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing the story, Harley. We will be excited to follow your continued journey, and you definitely have a home here in trail and ultra running, and we appreciate you being here and getting to know you.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
like that.
All right, thanks for hanging in with us. We are back. I am Corinne Shalvoy. This is the Mountain Outpost live stream of the Mammoth 200. I am joined by Shelby Farrell. We are sitting here and we have eyes on Max Jolliffe. He is at the Lee Vining aid station. Looks like he's crushing some sort of blended beverage. Could be a McDonald's Frappuccino. Hard to say. I just used Frappuccino, which is Starbucks and McDonald's in the same sentence.
I think they have a
something
frappe.
blended. It's frappe. Something blended. Looks like some foot care is happening. So this is your M2 Max Jolliffe sitting in the Lee Vining aid station being tended to by his crew.
Oh, that looks yummy. Oh, orange straw. It could be Dunkin'. No, maybe it's a red straw. I don't know. I was going to say, if it was an orange straw, it could be Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, shout out to all these crews out there keeping the runners happy, fueled, comfortable. Got some food and beverage going in.
Oh, maybe DQ with the red straw.
I mean, it could just be like a, random bakery.
Chicken nuggets, maybe?
I know. All right, we're reclining. We're working on blisters or foot situations, whatever they might be. Monocone. Closest milkshake's going to be Monocone. Yeah, I was wondering if it's like a local shop. That's very cool.
Ooh, you're getting feet close-ups.
Wow. We're getting in there.
Ooh. It's not too bad. His big toes are looking
A little bit
a little rough, a little waterlogged.
Yeah, a little that's the term I was going to use. This is what everyone came for. Close-ups of foot care at the Mammoth 200 on Max Jolliffe.
Yeah. Shout out to Mackenzie, his partner, who is
I wonder
not
how
afraid.
many blisters Mackenzie has popped.
More than she ever expected to, and she met Max, probably.
He's kind of taken that in stride. That is not a comfortable thing to go through.
Multitasking at its finest, though. He's chewing down chicken nuggies, sipping on a milkshake, while his partner pops blisters on his feet.
This is ultra running, folks. This is 200-mile running.
This is ultra running. That's a fact. I imagine the sun is beating on these runners, especially on that exposed section that we just watched him go through.
Yeah, I mean, Max looks a little red. Like, I don't know if that, is just exertion, but we also know that continuing to lead the race, Jimmy Elam. We had eyes on him a little bit ago, as well as Rachel Entrekin, second place overall and first female at this point in time. Lee Vining, as you see on the screen, there is mile 140.6, and from here, Max is going to be taking on a 19-mile stretch to Grant Lake. About 2,800 feet of climbing in that section and 2,400 feet of descending. And someone again, I'm looking at the runner's manual. They do say on the way out of town, hit up Monomart, Monocone, and other restaurants. So that could very well be some food from Monocone. Shout out to Monocone. Go visit them and give them your patronage if you are in the area or need extra supplies. Here's some toe socks are coming out. Nice fresh dry pair. I mean, these might not be full toe socks. They might just be like one toe, like the big toe.
Yes, I have a pair. Adidas makes those where it's just the
big toe that's separated from the rest of the toes. Interesting.
So they're T-free socks. Those don't look like Adidas, but I like it. The theory is you get that like big toe activation that you need doing toe yoga while doing toe yoga.
I need to do more toe yoga.
Oh, we're getting a zoom in.
I don't recognize that brand.
NE. Something like NE, and it's got like a play sign. Do you like those?
I do.
Okay.
I am a big fan of Adidas socks. They have my favorite style of theirs because they have a couple different ones with different levels of cushioning, and then that, like I mentioned, the T-free ones. But the ones that I really fell in love with are their double layer socks, and it's like
a light.
Nope, I'm not wearing them today. I was going to show you, but it's like it's like a 2-layered sock. So in theory, like they rub against each other
instead of
Yep, and it's just the right amount of cushion. Like they're not too squishy, but they're not too thin that if you do get sand in your feet, you're feeling it under your foot. I don't know, man. Feet are so particular, and we're fortunate that there's so many different sock options, from all the toes in gingies to, a darn tough sock, which is an incredible sock.
Dry Max, there's all kinds of.
There's a lot of great socks out there. Thinking about his milkshake and monocone, I think that we should know races can be incredibly valuable for the economy in these communities. So like Mammoth Trail Fest was last weekend, probably brought millions to the economy, and helping restaurants that might not be open during this shoulder season stay open and keep that money coming in. It's a really cool value that I don't think we think about. And so you got to work with your community to just help spread that love. And I think that the Mammoth and Mammoth Trail Fest are great examples that there's like integrated into the community. We're walking down Main Street and you see the craft flags, you see the Trail Fest flags. Like, it's a true partnership with the area.
Yeah, the community and the local economy and the businesses, for sure. That's a great point. That can be an economy builder. I mean, it is the reason that the entire Leadville Trail Race Series exists, was to bring back the economy in that town after the mining shutdown. And the thought behind it, Ken Clover said, if we're going to bring people here, we want them to stay overnight. How are we going to do that? We're going to have a 100-mile plus race or a 100-mile race. So looks like Max is getting a ice bandana on. Continues eating some food there, and I saw him loading up the lips with chapstick. Got to keep the mouth, the lips happy so you can keep running and eating at the same time. Cameron Lopez asked, can anyone sign up for Mammoth Trail Fest? I do believe so. When registration opens, I think it is open until they sell out. I do think they sell out the distances, but just keep an eye on their website of when they open registration. And there's multiple distances there: a VK, a 20-something K, a 50K, a 10K. A lot of options for Mammoth Trail Fest, so for sure go check that out.
That 10K looks fun. They do it at night, and there's glow sticks.
Yeah, it looks like a little party.
Yeah. Yes, and apologies, the chat didn't like me referring to it being shoulder season in Mammoth. You know what I mean, though? It's not like the peak season. Mammoth is truly always a beautiful place to visit. First time I came to Mammoth was to ski.
All right. Yeah. For sure.
It was my first time skiing on the West Coast, too, so I was pretty mind blown.
Oh, very different.
Very different.
Very
a lot
different.
less trees. But I love skiing in the woods. So
Yeah, nice.
yeah. A little shirt change. Staying comfortable is key.
Question in the chat about the distance or the amount of time between M1 and M2. So we're looking at Max Jolliffe, who is currently at mile 140.3. And Jimmy Elam has completed 161 miles or ish around that right now. So we're talking about 20 miles in between M1 and M2.
I lost my sandwich, but thankfully our producer just returned it to me.
Don't lose your sandwich.
We were talking about sandwiches earlier. There was a question in the chat about what your favorite food is after a workout, and I struggled to come up with an answer, and then I was like, oh, duh, I love sandwiches, and I'm eating one now. And I left it by the chips because my favorite thing to do when eating a sandwich is put chips in it. All right, he's on the move. Max is on the move.
We got word from Pete Forrester that Max's pacer right now is Luke McCann, Spooky Lukey. And then it's going to be William Garner, the guy in jeans at Grand Lake. So if that is in fact true, thank you, Pete, for letting us know that. And good to know he's going to be in good company as he continues on here, leaving Levining mile 140. Transitioning into a little bit of a trot. Get the legs moving again. Also being treated to some stunning views of the Mammoth 200 course on your screen. Thanks again to our drone pilots who are bringing you these visuals. And just an update as well, at about 3:06 local time, 10 minutes ago or so, we had Jesse Haynes leave the Crater Mountain aid station. That is absolutely gorgeous. Okay, and this is a shot of June Mountain, 171. This is Miss Katie Asmuth's aid station, June Mountain. That's not a bad place to spend a day working. If you want to see the entire course, you can go to the link that's pinned at the top of the live stream. I think we still have it there. If not, we're going to put it maybe back up there. You can go to the mammoth200.com website as well and go to the live stream tracking link. There you can see the entire route map and get an idea of kind of where folks are along the way here. We are on day 2 of the Mammoth 200 presented by Craft, brought to you by Mountain Outpost. I'm Corinne Chalvoy, joined by Shelby Farrell. We're trying to get a little food down in between talking, and yeah, it's been awesome. This race has been full of all sorts of excitement and surprise and new names, new faces, familiar faces. For the inaugural year, it's been a really, really spectacular event, and we are excited to be bringing it to everyone who is watching from afar. Hmm? If you're just joining us, thank you so much for being here. I'm Corinne Chalvoy, joined by Shelby Farrell. We are bringing you the coverage of the Mammoth 200 2025 first year event presented by Craft. We are getting some amazing aerial drone shots of parts of the course, and we are going to be trying to find our lead runner, Jimmy Elam. He makes his way to the next aid station, which will be June Mountain. He is followed by Rachel Entrican, who is currently running in second overall, first female. The two of them have really separated from the rest of the field at this point by a fairly significant margin. Your third place runner we just saw a few minutes ago, Max Jolliffe. He is in second place on the men's race, and he is currently out of the 140 aid station. Again, Mammoth 200 is a 214-mile race. It's got 30,000 feet of climbing and descending. There is a 110-hour cutoff for the race. Runners have that long to complete the entire loop. We've got Amber Weibel also out there in the race, currently her second place female. Overnight, we did have a number of women who were in the front of the race drop out, including Tara Dower, Parley Hannon, and Chrissy Harkelrod, or Harkelrod. And we had Chrissy and Parley both join us here in studio for some interviews. We got to hear a little bit about their stories and their days and their experience here at Mammoth 200. Really appreciate them sharing that with everyone. As a result of that, Amber Weibel has moved into second place, but she is also not too far behind Max Jolliffe. So we have 2 women in your top 4 overall. They are followed by Adair Ramirez, Xander Chase, Jeff Pelletier, Callie Smith, Roman Track, Jesse Haynes, Jonathan Kuplak, Matt Smith, Kevin Goldberg. Women that are following behind would be Helen Payne, Rachel Moore, Melanie White, who is the wife of fan favorite Kevin Goldberg. In case Kevin is listening in, Melanie is at mile 104.4, just so you know, Kevin. Kevin's out there at mile 122. Might be further along than that, depending on when that tracker pinged. Does look like we've had about 15 runners DNF or stop for one reason or another in the race so far. We did hear from race director Billary. That was a Freudian slip. Hillary Yang, who mentioned that we have not had any runners that have been timed out, and they were very excited about that. All runners have made it through timed checkpoints, and nobody was on the cusp or behind that cutoff time for the aid stations.
Truly an amazing accomplishment for an inaugural year race to figure out the timing like that. And like Hillary was saying, just give everybody a chance to really experience this course and not have the pressure of, oh my gosh, am I going to make it? So really cool to see the inaugural Mammoth 200 succeeding. And these athletes, wowza. They really are committed and going all out. I want to be on a paddleboard on this lake right now. What a beautiful place to be. The goal of this race was to showcase the incredible beauty of the Eastern Sierra, and it's happening right now before your eyes. This is beautiful. Back to Crater Mountain, mile 125.4. We've seen several runners get through Crater Mountain, including Kevin Goldberg, Jesse Haynes, Callie Smith, Roman Track, Jeff Pelletier, Xander Chase, Etta Ramirez, Amber Wabel, Max Jolliffe, Rachel Entrekin, and Jimmy Elam. That's about 11 athletes through mile 125.4.
All right, we have word that Rachel is going to be coming into Grant Lake. As soon as we have visuals on that, we will share them with everyone. And for those tuning in, Grant Lake is mile 159.93. All intents and purposes, mile 160. Wow, I can't talk. Words are getting hard. It's mile 160. This is a 214-mile race. 54 miles left after this point for Rachel Entrekin. We will try to get visuals.
54 miles is like a walk in the park for Rachel, but we can't forget these runners are summiting Mammoth Mountain for a second time.
They are. It is not the full climb. They're going up a different route. I think it's only about a 1,500-foot climb at the end, but it is still a giant climb, especially on very, very fatigued legs. And a lot can happen in 50 miles.
A lot can happen.
Yes, Garrett, the race does end in the village. Start and finish at the same point. They complete the loop. They will summit Mammoth Mountain, and then they will descend into the village and be back at that, what was the start line and is now the finish line.
Yeah, 2,000 feet over 3 miles. That's a punchy climb.
Yeah, that is punchy.
After 100 miles.
Let alone after, yeah, couple hundred. 200. Couple hundred. Just a couple hundred. 200. Yeah, we're excited to be bringing you the coverage of this race. Let us know in the chat who you're here to cheer for, who you're following. What do you want to know about what's going on? Let's get you guys filled in on what is happening at the Mammoth 200 as we take in some just breathtaking views of the terrain that the runners are traversing. This is the Mono Lakes that we're looking at?
Yes, and we
Mono Lake.
have some locals in the chat. I believe it's pronounced
Mono.
Mono.
Mono. Sorry, Mono.
Mono Lake. Thank you. Please keep correcting us.
Apologies.
We're not offended. We want to know how to say it right.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I continuously tell people that it is Ouray, not Ouray, Colorado, and that it is Flynn Park, not Felon Park. So I totally I can totally appreciate that. I wouldn't say it if I wasn't named after my great grandfather. So I feel you guys. It is tough when we mispronounce. We apologize. Mono Lake. Keep correcting us. Let us know what it's supposed to be. We're learning so much about this area and, really honored. What we do know a lot about is trail running and ultra running. So we are here to share insights into that and kind of try to provide some intel and insight into what these runners might be going through. Shelby has completed multiple 200+ mile efforts herself. I've only done hundreds, so kind of can speak to that, but
some very, very successful hundreds and 50 milers.
But we're both huge fans. We follow the sport closely. We are big fans, first and foremost, of all of these runners and these exciting new races like the Mammoth 200 that are coming out, and just giving people the opportunity to experience a part of the country that maybe they would never go to.
Totally. I want to see more people hanging out on trails, whether you're running, walking on your hands, taking dirt naps.
Just out there hiking,
get out there.
Just moving.
Get out there. Go listen to the birds. Question in the chat about sleep. Sleep is such an interesting conversation to have when it comes to these multi-day distances, because everyone is so different. There's really no right or wrong answer. Some people function really well, sleep deprived. That was in air quotes. You couldn't see my hands. Some people function better sleep deprived than others. And sometimes it's really hard to fall asleep during a race. So it's an individual strategy. But personally, for this race, what would I do? I don't know what I would do. A lot of people are probably thinking they can go without sleep here. Jimmy Elam's taking a few 10-minute naps that we know of. I think that's smart. If the short naps work for him and he can fall asleep quickly, that's great. If you're somebody that can't fall asleep quickly, then you'll find yourself maybe wasting time staring at the back of your eyelids. I tried this attempt during Cocodona, and I just couldn't fall asleep fast enough to make a 10-minute nap work. Like it felt like I was wasting time. But there's also something to be said about knowing when it's time to go down. So you can be sleepy but still persevere. You hit a point where you really need sleep, and you'll actually be able to fall asleep when you try to sleep. So I don't know if that made sense, but
I think the answer is that it varies, and people are doing different things, and we've definitely heard stories of people at the very front of these races talking. I mean, Joe Stringbean McConaughey comes to mind, that he wanted to sleep and was planning to sleep multiple times during the Cocodona 250, laid there, could not go to sleep, to your point, Shelby, and it was just brutal and very frustrating. And so, I think some people, Rachel Entrekin has not slept. We heard from her crew that she does not plan to sleep. So really varies. And then there's, folks that are going to be taking multiple hour-long naps during this event. So some people are going to choose to sleep in sleep stations. Some will choose to take dirt naps on the side of the trail. It is dealer's choice, and whatever you want to do and whatever you think is going to make the most sense for you. There has not really been a playbook or a methodology that has been, that we have learned to be the way to do it, especially in these long efforts like this.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at REM cycles and try to, I think 90 minutes is a chunk of time that's been recommended, because you can actually get a REM cycle in you can get to a point where you are falling asleep while moving, and it feels like you are blacking out, like slow blinking is kind of, if you all want to practice what that feels like.
Yeah, we've heard people say
this. Like slow blinking. Oof. And that's what it feels like to start to fall asleep while running. And depending on what type of terrain you're on, it can be very dangerous. Some of the terrain that we've seen here today, the runnable Jeep roads, you can probably get away moving like that with a half falling asleep walk for quite a while before falling on your face. So
especially if you have a pacer.
Yeah.
Yet another reason for having somebody with you. We have a few other questions. Staley Kraus asked, how much do you amazing ultra people rely on heart rate training? Boy, that's an interesting question. I feel like it has maybe been a focus area more in the last few years than it was before. Some people don't rely on it at all. Some people wear a chest or an arm heart rate monitor for every single run and really do try to dial in their zones, whether you're working off a 3-zone or a 5-zone model, to figure out and try to stay at a certain effort level, maybe a zone 2 on a 5-zone model in a race like this or a 100-mile race, and they do run by that. So the answer is some people do rely on that for training and racing, and some people don't, and they go completely by rate of perceived exertion.
Yeah, I think Rachel has said before that she doesn't really look at her watch. She just runs.
I don't think she even wore a GPS watch for a long time. She just wore a regular watch, just like a old school Timex.
Love that. There's no right or wrong way to do an ultra, and I think that's what makes this sport so interesting, is you can play the game any way you want to.
Yeah.
And still be really, really, really successful. It's all about what works for you. I think people can get very caught up in the numbers, whether that's heart rate or pace, and sometimes that is going to mislead you.
Yeah, thank you to Nicole Tampy for letting us know that Stefan Tampy is 59. He's from Tahoe, doing his second 200. He's 8 miles from Taylor Canyon. Woot woot. Love that. 8 miles from hitting that 98, right around 100-mile mark. And he said last night was brutal and cold. So good to know that it is getting chilly out there. But congratulations to Stefan for continuing on and battling that and making it through to another day. Hopefully the sunshine has warmed him up, and we'll be cheering for him.
I got to shout out Jennifer Duncan too, who said, during Moab 240 I saw my cat, who was in Ohio, not in Utah, runway lights on the trail and people taking pictures of rocks, all from no sleep and not great nutrition. I have a black cat at home, so she's kind of like a constant hallucination. If anyone in the chat has a black cat, they're just like a shadow darting around. So
wow.
I see her a lot when I start to hallucinate on the trail. Like,
that's kind of cool.
Felicia?
All right, we have eyes on Rachel Entrekin moving into the Grant Lake Aid Station area. And we also have some audio for you all. We will listen in.
Oh my God, I want to pet it. I'm ready for you. Your food's so cute. Oh my. Oh, scary. Very scary. You're doing awesome.
All right, we're going to try to get that back. We're working on it. Troubleshooting on the fly.
The sport has made amazing progress getting media coverage like this from remote areas.
Totally. Totally correct. I mean, I'm just super impressed with like the clarity of all of these shots. It looks like we're watching this in like 4K.
Yeah.
8K. I don't know. Something very, very crisp.
Yeah, I just keep thinking back to the days when old computers had screensavers that would pop up.
Yeah.
Be like waterfalls and
Yeah.
stuff. And I'm from the East Coast, so like, yeah, these are landscapes that would be on screensavers.
Totally. Oh, you could clip, as the kids say these days. You could clip any one of these drone shots and use it as a screensaver. Eyes on it. Rachel Entrican, Grant Lake mile 159.9. She is doing a cruise stop here.
Those two are Brianna and Harry. They are from Topanga, California. Ooh, we got audio.
Shout out Brianna and Harry.
He gets it. He gets it.
Yeah. Okay. No.
Is the jacket back there? Got it.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Bye-bye.
Zonked.
A carb left side. Mix? It's in this bag over here, this big bag.
How was that section, guys?
It was good. It was just hot.
You want me to just dribble it on the back?
Sure.
It's not cold, okay?
Just put it on my head. Perfect. Yeah, man.
How long is the next section? 11?
Expose.
11.8 miles.
It's gonna
Okay.
start.
All right, we got Amber Weibel
You just so you get a nice lake view.
Oh, wait.
on screen
yeah.
as
Actually,
well.
Lake views.
These are your.
Woo,
This
okay.
is your number 1 and number 2 women in the Mammoth 200.
Oh my god, let me brush my freaking teeth.
Both in different
Oh,
aid
my teeth
stations
are
at the
fuzzy.
same time.
Yeah, I meant to do it last time.
Oh, shite.
How are you doing? Do you use these?
I smell like something I'm not allowed to say in public.
I was gonna say that, but no.
I brought out your other flavored juice if you're interested in any
Yeah.
of them.
I'll take them.
Apple, mango, orange coffee.
Not coffee.
Not coffee, you guys drink?
Orange.
Teeth brushing going on with Rachel.
Some teeth brushing. Said her teeth were fuzzy.
Fuzzy teeth.
That's not
Gotta get rid of that fuzz.
Well, once.
Brush it off, girl. Brush it off.
No.
And Amber
Yeah, we'll see
Weibel
if you
also
know.
taking a seat.
Oh, yeah, there is a free.
Got the family around.
Did you run out of
Kiddos.
water back there? No.
No, I have a filter, so.
But we also found the water.
You went right past walking over. Did you like? You should just jump in.
We got in at one creek.
No.
Yeah.
It's about 12 miles to the next aid. Does any of this look interesting?
Perfect. So you're looking at your F1 Rachel Entrican on the right hand of your screen. Rachel's at Grant Lake, mile 160. Amber Weibel is on the left of your screen. She is at Lee Vining, mile 140.6.
You get on gummies and stuff?
So very similar to the men's race. We've got about 20 miles separating
You want any of this?
No. I want some now.
first and second place on both the men's and women's side.
No, I have to. I have some. I have to.
I mean, we could spin the story that Rachel is chasing Jimmy Elam and Amber is chasing Max Jolliffe, but
Feel good.
any way you split it,
Weird.
4 incredible runners, 2 women, 2 men in the top 4 of this race right now. Just working so hard and persevering through 30, almost 32 hours of running at this
Oh,
point.
you think it'll take 5 hours? That's so cute, Harry.
Wonder if Amber has had any sleep. That would be interesting to know.
Yeah.
If anyone's listening in or anyone from her crew has insight into that, we'd love to know if Amber has slept at all or taken any naps that you know of. See if we can't find that out maybe from our camera group out there.
Salsa?
It was raining a little bit too.
Salsa? Katie said it was raining on her drive over.
What? Send it here.
Rachel, how much have you spent so far?
Done.
Say that again. Daughter goes in the back.
Goose egg sleep. Go sleep till Brooklyn.
Apparently Rachel's now running to Brooklyn.
We knew that Rachel had not slept and does not plan on sleeping at this point in time. Jimmy Elam, however, has taken a couple of 10-minute naps. We're not sure if those were on the trail or in chairs or where they happened, but we did get confirmation from his crew that he has slept a couple times. There is some wet wipes going down on the Amber Weibel. Her feet actually, yeah, her feet look solid. If you've done this sport at all, you'll know why we're so obsessed with people's feet. It's like so critical and important, and we're just fascinated when people can run through these events and take good care of their feet, because it is real easy for foot issues of all sorts to take you out in a race. Looks like we're going to put the feet up, and maybe Amber's going to let them air out a bit. I mean, Amber has done Hard Rock 100 this year, 4th place. She went through a lot of water during that race, and people like Maggie Gutierrez have had serious like trench foot issues from Hard Rock. So this is somebody who has very much been practiced at taking care of their feet in much wetter conditions than this. But this is a 214-mile race.
And there's a lot of California kitty litter.
Yes,
Little
we've heard.
Pebbly rockies, sand, and that will just grind away on your feet if it's getting into your shoes and you're not taking the time to dump it out, brush it off.
I know. I've done this.
I feel like it's kind of baller that Amber is just laying on the concrete here. I mean, she's got something behind her head, but that's pretty awesome.
It's a good setup. She's got shade. Her feet are in the sun, so they can dry a little bit, better from the sun, but the rest of her body's not getting affected by that. It's a really pro parking lot setup, if you ask me.
Okay. Man.
Hold on, Sean.
It's so hot.
It is.
Fucking the glass mountains have all this shade. I'm just like, what is happening? Both Jake and I were like, come this way. How ready soon are you?
Harry, there's a small USB cable in the seat somewhere. I think it's in the couple that are closest to the console. Tiny one. It's a short black cable.
I see.
You might see Amber here trying to take a quick little reset.
Maybe shutting her eyes for a minute.
Oh my God,
Maybe.
I know.
Oh.
Right? It's no wind.
Oh, her legs are spasming.
No, Jake, let's go.
Okay.
That might be just shivers, could be shaking. I mean, these are things that absolutely happen to you. I will tell everyone, the second you stop in any of these races, I don't care if it's hot outside, it's like cover yourself up. I've seen friends of mine stop and say, I'm hot, and then start shivering 2 minutes later. So your body is working really, really hard, and it's in a really unique state. So good call on the crew there, getting Amber covered up and warm. They're not stressing. They're just problem solving.
They are. They look
I feel
calm.
great.
I felt that when we got that close up on her legs. Like,
Wait, why do I think you were good?
it's hard when your body starts doing things that you don't want it to do.
Hey, girl, hey. Just start walking.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay.
Oh, they did put something on her ankles. I almost wonder if it is like I don't know, muscle strain thing.
Yeah, buddy. Downhill except for everything in front of me.
Let's go. Rachel's out of the aid station already. That was a very fast transition.
Aw, thanks, Margaret. Hey.
Keep trying to put in calories.
I think I've been doing okay.
Good. Keep on it. Can't just let up because you're getting close to the end.
Oh, I'm not close to the end.
Yeah, you are.
Sorry.
Do your thing.
Okay.
Love you.
I love you. This is athleticism. Walking on flat ground. Well, that's annoying. Did you see those aspens up there?
So nice.
So nice.
You like that when you get home?
I hope. I don't want to miss it. But I guess I'm not really missing it.
You're here.
Kind of looks like Rachel might be taking this next section solo.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It almost looked like somebody's chasing her from behind. It could be.
Oh
a
yeah.
pacer,
Oh yeah, there he is. He's coming.
He's catching up. Yeah, like we've talked about. You're just sitting around waiting, and then it's go time.
And she is out. 3:54 out of Grant Lake, mile 160. Rachel Enshkin, your leading female in the Mammoth 200. Also have Amber Weibel, second place female at the aid station in Lee Vining, mile 140. Not sure if our camera person, who's doing an amazing job, can hear us, but if there's a chance to maybe ask the crew now or at a better time if Amber slept at all, we'd be curious to know that.
Maybe they're calf sleeves that she put on. Can't tell. Yummy.
Nice bowl of ramen. And we might be getting audio still from...
Might still be getting audio from Rachel.
From the other, from Rachel's feed. Yeah. We'll figure, yeah. I mean, that's interesting. It's a soundtrack. It's a soundtrack.
Yeah. She's so beast, man, getting that food down like a pro. She knows she needs it in order to keep going. I know that can't be easy. It's not easy. Oh. Oh, I love her. I mean, you can start to see like a sunglass tan happening on her face.
Oh, man, that's when you know you've been running for a long time.
These runners have been in it. It's exposed. It's sunny.
Could be a nice warm cup of coffee. Boy, I have been there. Yep, I have been there, man. That hot caffeinated beverage in the middle of a hard, long race can taste so good. Andrew asked, will the live coverage and video go through the finish? There is a good chance that we will cut commentary at least for a few hours this evening. We're going to do everything we can, however, to bring you the finish of the race and the race winners of course, coming in. So we are working on trying to make that happen. And as we get closer to the evening hours, we might be able to try to estimate, it's really hard to guess exact times, but try to give some general estimate of when we do expect our first finishers in the race.
That's cool. JC gave us some intel that Amber's crew chief, Ashley Hall, was the women's champion at Angeles Crest 100 in 2022. She looks so familiar, but she also just like has that ultra runner look with the pit viper heart glasses and braids. So I feel like I've absolutely seen her at a race before, and it's amazing to see female competitors coming together to get each other to the finish line.
Love it.
She's going to keep moving. She's getting those shoes back on. Ooh, who do we have here?
Could this be Adair? Adair Ramirez. Here we go. This is your third place male, Adair Ramirez, making his way into Lee Vining Mile 140. For those unfamiliar, Adair was third place male at this year's Cocodona 250. He has moved up in this field over the last day or so and finds himself sitting in podium position right now.
And Adair is registered to run Cocodona 250 again in 2026.
Of course he is. Got to come back. He is looking great there. We got some neck coverage. He's still rocking the buff that was over his face earlier. He is all smiles.
And it's so smart. We've seen several runners with red faces. This is a good move to cover your face.
Looks like his family was there. I think I saw maybe one of his kids. He is a dad. Had a chance to talk with his family during Cocodona, and they were some of the sweetest people. They said that he absolutely just loves running. He just loves doing it, and they are here to support him. They love that it makes him happy, and it's really cool to see them out here again and see him getting these opportunities to run other races. I agree, Andrew. Shout out to the dads. Shout out to the moms. You got a mom and a dad in this aid station the same time. Both of them inevitably setting awesome examples for their kiddos.
Just making memories like we were talking about with Parley Hannon. We had Parley Hannon in the studio earlier today, sharing her experience. She unfortunately dropped from the race, but she made some really spectacular memories with her crew. She learned a lot. She watched the stars. And that's what it's all about.
Hi, friend Ellie Pell. No, I'm not going to put you in therapy when you say you love running. Not allowed to do that. My friend Ellie Pell is in the chat. I think she secretly loves running. She just won't say it.
She absolutely
We'll talk it on a future
running.
podcast. Talk about it on a future podcast. Yes, Parley is from Ithaca. We heard that. We heard that she ran at Ithaca, but started running her junior year of college.
So wild.
And then just decided to set some national records.
Yeah.
We got dogs on course. Ellie, do you have any insights for us into how Kyle is doing out there. Kyle Moss, someone you know pretty well, and I think maybe would be getting some updates. This is his first 200, and he is out there crushing as we continue to have eyes on a very happy, optimistic, bubbly-looking Adair Ramirez, third place male. Kevin Eloy wants to know how far back is Max from first. There is about 20 miles separating Jimmy Elam and Max Jolliffe at this point in the race. We are here at Lee Vining mile 140 of the Mammoth 200.
The inaugural year.
It's very cool. Very cool to be part of. And very cool to have a live stream inaugural year. Mammoth 200 is the only 200 in the United States to offer prize money. Winners on the men's and women's side of this race will make $5,000. Second place, $3,000. Third place, $2,000. Right now, Adair's looking at a $2,000 payday if he stays where he's at. Amber's looking at $3,000 in her pocket if they are able to maintain their positions for the rest of the race.
That is so motivating.
That's pretty cool. That is really cool.
That'd make me want to keep going at this point. Take your crew out for a steak dinner. Or vegetables if you don't eat meat.
It's another pro move. We got Adair putting some sort of something on his nose to keep it moist.
He's got like a whole fruit salad in front of him.
That is a serious fruit salad. That looks delicious right now.
Yeah.
Chugging a can of something cold. Getting a little pump up from the crew. I think that's coconut water. I think this is his pacer.
We were talking about his organization yesterday. He has that shoe holder hanging from the back of the truck. You can see a bunch of tubs. This looks like somebody who has, ran a multi-day race before and knows how to keep their stuff in order with a crew that is absolutely crushing it right now. You can waste a lot of time at an aid station if you're not prepared. And a lot of that comes down to you, the runner. Did you set your crew up for success?
And some calories in. You're doing great, Adair. Doing great. He says, yes, I am, Corinne.
Yes. Oh, that feels
the face
so
wipe.
good.
Freshening up. I know I had some hot towels given to me and at the last race I ran, and it was pretty awesome.
Yeah, we saw Rachel brush her teeth when she came through her last aid station, and it's just those little freshen up moments. They can take you a long way.
We got Amber getting ready to leave the aid station, it looks like. Sunglasses back on.
Honestly, that was also a very swift aid station stop, even with sitting, laying down, shivering, taking off her shoes, all of that. She's in and out and moving really well right now. We have some very efficient runners out on course.
Hauling? He's running so fast. All right, right hand of your screen, we've got Jeff Pelletier moving very swiftly down a single track trail. That's impressive. Jeff is currently your 4th place male. I feel like maybe he moved up a spot or 2 over the last stretch.
Yeah. Yeah, he's moving well. We've seen a few shots of this section, and it just looks like a beautiful grade to cruise if you have the legs for it. And I think Jeff's the first one that we've seen really roll down this. Amber moved through it great too. I mean, you know what I mean. He's like flowing. He is in the flow state right now.
Looks like it looked like a fresh runner, like somebody out just starting their run.
Yeah.
Very impressive. I mean, that's a great sign. It means he's been probably fueling very well and just taking care of himself super well over the last bit here. Adair Ramirez M3 is in the aid station, still kind of getting everything worked out and ready to go for the next stretch. So both Adair and Amber will be leaving Lee Vining mile 140, and they have about a 12-mile stretch to the gate, which is a water-only stop, and then 7 more miles to Grant Lake. So this is, this is definitely a place where you want to get prepared. You're going to have a good chunk of time and a number of miles to go before you are going to see your crew again.
And it's 4:10 p.m. local time, so they will likely be heading into the dark during this section. So making sure they're grabbing those charged headlamps and layers, because when the sun goes down, it gets quite chilly.
Yeah, I think this is the longest stretch between any aid stations, about 19 miles. They do have a water stop in between there, so there is essentially liquids or fluids if they need it. But there is no crew. There is no kind of broader aid there. So they're getting ready to go out for
We see
a
his
little
crew,
20-miler.
Meticulously cleaning the rocks out of his shoes. Like, that's what I'm talking about. They get stuck like in your insoles, they get stuck in the cracks, and so I would take this man as crew. He's doing a great job cleaning out the sand.
Agreed. And I love also this shot of his young one. I think that's probably his son. Okay, and we're drying it out. It's getting sunbathed real quick.
What shoes are those? They have a built-in gator.
That looks like a Hoka Tecton X3 to me.
Ah, you're good. You're good.
Hoka Tecton X3, boom.
Have you
Built-in
run in them
gator.
before?
I have run in them. Yes, I like that shoe. You know, it's interesting. It's got a plate in it.
Oh.
So
yeah,
that is a bold choice.
Fast. It looked like a super shoe.
So this is the Hoka Tecton X3, I believe. That is a chance it's the 2. Probably is the 3, though. The 2.5 is what Walmsley wore at UTMB the year he won. And then they came out with a 3. And, yeah, it's a fast shoe. You can move in it. It has a built-in gaiter, so he wouldn't have to wear external gaiters. It's got decent traction. It's got a bit of a rocker in there. Brett Hornig's probably listening to this going, Corinne, this is a horrible description of this shoe because I know way more about it, but that's my go at talking about this shoe. I think it's probably a good choice.
Sounds like it.
For this course. Like, there was a complaint by some people that it didn't drain super well, but they're not encountering much water on this. I did have to go through a water crossing over at Convict Lake. Like, very, very small, very tiny, but my feet got wet.
Okay.
Just
a little bit.
Just a little bit. No big deal. I don't think it's going to be an issue, but like, I was almost under the impression there was like no water on this course or no water crossings. Definitely at least a little tiny one by around Convict Lake. And I loved also his son, or this little boy is hanging out there like, He's messing around with something. I don't know if that's if that's a toy or if that's like part of, is that a handheld water bottle?
I don't know, but he's adorable.
He is adorable. He's like, I'm going to go run with Dad. I got my bottle.
It almost looks like a camcorder.
I know, like he's filming. He's
Yeah.
practicing. Oh, and Adair is out. He is leaving Levining. Doesn't appear to be with... Oh, have to cross that timing mat. In and out. Boom. Oh, hugs. That was his pacer, who I think is now done with his section. Very cool. All right, let's go Adair. Adair Ramirez. And he's running. He's running.
Nice. Look at that boost of energy. This is what happens when you come into a well-crewed rest stop. You get taken care of, get your fresh socks on. You feel like a new person, and he's just out and doing his thing. It's so cool to see.
Cameron wants to know what rockers do. Yeah, there's just shoes that have a little bit more of a like natural. You put them on, you might feel a little bit like you're not on stable ground, and as you step down, the form of the shoe underneath like pushes your foot forward almost a little bit. Is that how you would describe a rocker in a shoe, Shelby? I'm sure I'm not doing it total justice, but
I would say it kind of helps propel you and create some momentum in your stride.
Yeah, that's good. That's exactly right. And different shoes have different degrees of kind of that movement.
Yeah, exactly. They push you off into the next stride. They kind of help you roll. Sometimes when I need a visual for myself, I picture my legs like wheels. Like, okay, my legs are, I'm riding a bike, but I'm not. I'm running. And I think the rocker can kind of help get you into that flow and cadence. We will get you an update on where people stand as soon as we have confirmation on things.
All right, and we have visuals and an amazing drone shot here of Jeff Pelletier making his way to Crater Mountain 8. Is this, all right. Let you know exactly what is going on here as we find out what we are looking at. In the meantime, thank you all for being here. We really appreciate your support and your viewership. If you have not already, hit that subscribe button. Mountain Outpost brings coverage of many, many amazing races, including other 200s, lots of the premier 100-mile races. I feel like they're just adding races right and left to the live stream docket and the calendar. Nick asking if there's going to be a documentary style video for this race from Mountain Outpost. I'm not sure if Mountain Outpost is going to do a comprehensive film per se about the race. That said, we have a number of chronicles coming out. There's at the end of the day, there's probably going to be, I don't know, I would say maybe 8 or 10 of them that happen, and you could kind of watch those and get caught up on all the happenings through the lens of Mountain Outpost. And that's Tony Hill, who's bringing you stories from the middle, back of the pack, interviews on course with the runners in real time. Really, really great coverage. Then I know a lot of these runners also have film crews out there with them following their days, and so there's sure to be some Mammoth 200 specific stories that are told after the race. I would, encourage you to just maybe start following the runners. And we know Jeff Pelletier is going to be creating a film about this, as he does for most of his adventures and routes. And that is sure to be a really, really wonderful visual and story of his experience here. So it's one person you can definitely find something on after the race. I'm sure Mammoth will come up with a bit of a montage or a collection of videos as well. There should be no shortage of content. I mean, Hillary Yang is a content creator herself, and we already see the content coming out from this event on inaugural year. So there's going to be a lot of footage that will also be sifted through, and sure there will be things that will be created after the fact.
Yeah. I just found out something super cool.
I heard Carl and somebody else. There are people.
Yeah, so race director Tim Tollefson just came in to steal some of our pumpkin-shaped Reese's. Caught you, Tim. And he let us know that there are 2 individuals that have done all of the Mammoth races thus far. The 26K, the 47K, and the Dragon's Back Ascent, and now they're running the Mammoth. So they've done 4 races. We don't have a name for it yet. If you have any inspiration, let us know. Maybe they've also done the 10K. I'm not sure.
So they did the triple at least last weekend at Mammoth Trailfest, and they're taking on the 200.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
we're going to
huge.
get more information on that, because that's such a cool and kind of crazy challenge.
Yeah, if you know anything about ultra running, you know that people like to not only do one, but many of the races offered at events or across a weekend, and that becomes a thing. We like big multi, like, what are those called? The slams.
Yes.
We like doing multiple hundreds. We heard about Andrea Moore and
Adam Smith,
who are both doing 7 or have already done like 7 or 8 200s so far in 2025. Just insanity. People like taking it to the next level on what they're going after, trying to accomplish in a season.
Yeah, and it's like taking it to the next level, but like taking it to their own level. You know, it's they created this vision of, hey, I'm going to do 7 200 plus milers, or I'm going to do the Mammoth Triple and then run the Mammoth 200. Like, they're creating the community is kind of creating its own challenges, and it feeds off each other, which is cool.
Yep. The Mammoth Grand Slam.
That's not a bad. The woolly.
The woolly. I kind of like that. Just
like
the
the
woolly. The
woolly.
straight up the woolly.
Maybe, and then if we got the correct mileage or kilometers on that, it could be
Oh,
like
total.
the woolly
The woolly.
627K or whatever it is.
I've gone black and white mode. Oh, that was kind of cool, though.
It happened once before too, and I was like, "Is this intentional?"
It
This
was
is
cool.
very
Artsy. Again, here we go. We got the filters on. These are options for people at home who want to create their own screensavers
Right.
or wallpapers.
Take a screenshot.
You can have black and white, or you can have full color. We are here to provide all for you.
I love hearing these stories of like how watching the King of Moab got Colton to sign up for his first 50K and take running to the next level. Like, you just don't know where your next inspiration is going to come from. And kudos to these athletes who share their stories, because people are listening and it is really inspiring. And everybody has a different way of inspiring individuals. Like, yeah, so it's good. For anybody just tuning in, you are watching Mountain Outpost coverage of the 2025 Mammoth 200 presented by Kraft. If you like what you're seeing, you should probably subscribe to this channel. Give it a like. Tell your friends to tune in too. We are on day 2, so 32 hours and 26 minutes and 43 seconds of the Mammoth 200. It's an inaugural race put on by race directors Hillary Yang and Tim Tollefson, who just popped into the studio to steal a pumpkin Reese's. We love you, Tim. Take as many as you want.
He could have at least sit down on the couch for a second.
He did look a little tired, so
Yeah,
I
he did.
hesitated asking him.
Yeah.
Like,
Fair.
I don't want to put more on your plate, Tim. But that's what caffeine is for. Yay, caffeine.
Yeah, we had a request here to name off a few folks who are beyond the front 3 on each side. Happy to do that for you guys. You're going to be looking at, again, Jimmy Elam, Rachel Entrekin, Max Joliffe, and Amber Weibel, 1, 2, 3, 4, currently in the race. And they are followed by Adair Ramirez, Xander Chase, Jeff Pelletier, Roman Track, Callie Smith, Jesse Haynes, Kevin Goldberg, Jonathan Kuplak, Matt Smith, Jameson Henkel, Sam Carthen, Helen Payne, a female that we have currently sitting in 3rd at the moment on the women's side, Brandon Morales, Teddy Tonelli, Kyle Moss, Tyler Serwinski, Nick Biacchini, new names that I'm having to figure out how to pronounce, Timothy Olson, Ethan Herrera, Jake Jackson, Rachel Moore, And we are going to also direct you to mammoth200.com to be able to check out the leaderboard and the live tracking if you want to see the rest of the folks who are out on course and where they're at right now.
And per checking the tracker, it looks like there's been about 15 DNFs, which is really not that many considering we are more than 24 hours into this thing.
Yeah, we had 131 individuals who were signed up to start the race. That is broken down into 92 men and 39 women. That is about a 29% female field, which, you know, I will say some people might think is a little low. I think that's actually probably pretty average for most trail races. Of course, let's get more women out there running and boost those numbers. But I think if you were to look at other races, that's probably pretty similar, and that's even a bit higher than some races like a Hard Rock. I think that they had their highest percentage of women participating this year, and it was around 20 or 22%.
And I can spit out actually some exact stats.
Oh man, I should have just pointed over to Shelby because she has the
data time.
She has the info. She's got the real deal stats.
Yeah, this information was released in June at TrailCon, which is a trail conference that's hosted in Tahoe around Western States and Broken Arrow. It's a really fun time in Northern California. We are not in Northern California, as we discussed earlier. We are in Mammoth Lakes. We're kind of in we're in the Eastern Sierras. Anyways, back to the stats. So, women's participation in trail racing has increased by 10% over the last decade. Today, 41.3% of all trail race participants are women, which is huge. But, you know, as Corinne just said, there's plenty of races that are well under that stat. This is an average, so we got work to do. However, women are performing at a higher level than ever before. So it's not just about showing up. We've seen 9% of races this year have been won outright by women, up from about 4% 10 years ago. And in 2024, 55% of course records were set by women. So more women, stronger performances, and record-breaking runs. It's pretty rad to see. We also have an all-female commentating team right now, and we're gonna do a little switcheroo. I'm gonna pop out, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. I had a baby run, so I might try to get like a few more miles. Who knows? Maybe I'll sleep, but I did just have an energy drink, so maybe I won't sleep. But Alyssa Clark is going to hop back on the mic. So you will have Alyssa Clark and Corinne Shalvoy for the next couple of hours, and then we will be on tonight. I love what's happening on the screen right now. I almost want to guess that this guy's like playing a voicemail for this runner. He's like holding a phone up to her. Maybe he's playing a pump up song or something. But I love this moment.
This is called true dedication from the pacer right here. This is like what you do as a pacer to make your runner happy. Yeah. Whatever they want.
Whatever the heck it takes to get them to cruise forward. So we're looking at Callie Smith, third place female, talking about the ladies. We got number 3 in the house running down this lovely grade. I mean, that's the type of downhill that you want to make up some time in during a 200-mile endeavor. So with that, Shelb's F out for now.
Thank you, Shelby. You'll be missed, but you'll be back. Sorry, Pete, Shellcore is over for a moment, but we're going to bring in, I don't know, do we have a name, a combo name? Carissa. All right, welcome back to Mountain Outpost coverage of the Mammoth 200 2025 presented by Kraft. I'm Corinne Shalvoy. We just had Shelby Farrell take a exit stage left to go do some stuff, and we have Alyssa Clark back.
Woo, woo.
Welcome back, Alyssa. How was your run, first and foremost?
Oh, it was great. Yeah, it felt nice to just shut the brain off for a little bit and grind some miles out. So, yes, it was awesome to get moving a little bit. Yeah.
Nice.
Did you get out to Convict Lake this morning?
I did.
I'm so happy.
I did. I am very happy too. It was beautiful. It was really pretty. There were a lot of families out there. It was epic, and it was really cool to actually like be in what I've been looking at on a screen for a little bit. Really, really gorgeous country. It's almost exactly 3 miles around that lake. So I did a couple laps, and it was really neat. We were watching. We will be back to watching Jimmy Elam, your race leader, who is doing some incredible running.
Yes. Looking super strong. He is on his way to
June Mountain,
which is mile 171.77 if we want to be really exact.
Yeah, so exact. We hear he is about 6 miles out from that aid station. June Mountain aid is being handled by Katie Asmuth, crew pacer for Rachel Entrekin, aid station captain extraordinaire, multiple time top 10 at Western States 100, Mammoth local. She's going to take great care of Jimmy as he gets into that aid station. Looks like he does have a pacer with him right now.
Yes, I believe.
Is that still Anna?
I think it's still Anna.
Man,
yes.
Anna Fisher's been putting in some miles with her partner there. That's awesome.
Have you paced your husband much?
Yes, a few times. He has also paced me a few times. We've had both great, fantastic, wonderful, awesome experiences and a couple of really challenging ones. So
totally fair.
It's a mixed bag. That could be a whole topic of conversation. Should you run with somebody who you're very, very close to or not? Probably reasons for both sides of that. You could debate it, and like I said, it's been awesome. I mean, the coolest recent thing was that, you know, he paced me the last 25 of Ouray 50, and I had paced him the last 25 of Ouray 50 about 3 years before that. We kind of got to swap situations there, or swap places and kind of help each other out. And both of those experiences were really, really awesome. So, yep. Yeah. Do you have thoughts on the benefits, the pros and cons of having someone who knows you really, really well as a pacer?
Yeah, you know, it is such a good question. I mean, even sometimes I think with crew that can be really tricky. It's actually one of the reasons why I have given a little bit of distance to 200 was that it was really hard on my partner. Oh, maybe Jimmy's get a little. Oh, I think they're checking to make sure they're on the right track, making sure that they are not getting lost. All right, we're good to go. It was really hard on him to see me that sleep deprived and that tired and struggling, and to say like, hey, you need to keep going. You know, 100-miler, it's definitely hard, but I think it's just not the sleep deprivation side of things. So yeah, I try to be really careful of his feelings as well in that situation. But you know, I think that it can be so motivating. He paced me he was my only pacer for Hurt.
Okay.
He paced me for 14 miles, which was really special to get to share that with him. He'd never actually been on the course. But also, I think that you have to be in the right mindset. Seems like we are getting audio from on course.
All right, let's tune in and hear what is happening.
Oh, here's some cheering, big smiles.
You guys doing good. Absolutely incredible. Thanks. Go, Jimmy. All right, go get him.
Jimmy looks so good still.
Man,
So
he does.
impressed.
And like some people might look at him and say like he's not lifting his feet up very much or his knees up very high. I don't think he runs like that. Like every time I've seen him from the very beginning of this race, it's been a very similar gait to that. And so I think that is his stride.
I can
attest that.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say I can empathize because I also don't pick my feet up very much.
Okay. I mean, Courtney Walter doesn't really pick her feet up that much either. It's a shuffle.
Yeah,
but
it's a shuffle.
But it's efficient and it works for you if it does work for you. Or you go the opposite extreme and you could kick all the way up to your butt like Jim Walls and have a serious paw back.
Oh, Jim!
There are so many ways. So many ways. But
Stunning
look at this.
to watch run.
Look at this. This is beautiful.
And the thing that is just truly impressive about the way that he has not really, he doesn't look sore.
No, he doesn't look stiff or like no, you're right. He doesn't. He looks kind of smooth still and like it's like
he's just cruising.
Similar effort and similar, kind of pace and gait and pretty cool. This is that's a really pretty section.
Yeah, June Lake's stunning. Or June Mountain rather.
So we were expecting maybe front runners to be into this aid station around 6:30 tonight. It's 4:49. Well ahead of projected or expected times. It is the first year, so those were general estimates, but needless to say that Jimmy is moving really, really well and not really showing much sign of slowing down right now.
No, I mean, especially as we've said before, this is his first time dabbling in the 200-mile distance, and to continue to have this kind of consistency and pace is truly just very, very impressive. So well done, Jimmy. Keep it going, closing in on June Mountain Aid Station, mile 171.7. I would guess he's got about 5 miles or so to get to the aid station. And it looks like that is going to be primarily downhill for him going into June Mountain. It's cool to see both Rachel and Jimmy have kind of made the turn back home. They are on the other side of the far point of the race. They are making their way back. And Jimmy has about 3 more climbs left. Of course, the biggest one saved for last of the return up Mammoth Mountain. So we are getting intel that they're catching a little bit of precipitation, which might feel really good just to have a light sprinkle on them. They are right by a lake at the moment. So yeah, that might, after all the drier, dustier terrain, I bet that feels pretty nice. I would guess they're going to hope it stays to a light sprinkle and doesn't turn into anything spicier.
Yeah, and we definitely heard, and I can attest that out there in the middle of the day, it felt pretty warm. We know that even the heat took out one of our female runners. I think it was Chrissy that was really kind of succumbed to the heat yesterday. And we had Jimmy Elam using an ice bandana yesterday. Very good chance he was doing that again today at some point. So this, like you're saying, might be a really nice little bit of relief. They have not had any precipitation so far in the race. We did hear from someone in the chat who is crewing a runner and was informed by their runner, or was, I guess passed along the information from their runner to us, that they got very, very cold overnight. The words were brutal and cold overnight. So really, hard to know what that meant. Was the person maybe not used to these mountain cold temperatures, or maybe they were moving, quite slow and really had to put on a bunch of layers. But it does get cold at night in the mountains at 8,000 feet, plus, especially at this time of year. So definitely some temperature swings that the runners are having to navigate. Those trees on the right of your screen look like they're on fire.
Yeah, those are stunning.
That is some serious gold.
I believe those are
foliage.
Some aspens that are turning.
Woo.
Yeah. Anyone wants to confirm? And we had a question yesterday. There was a little bit of a pavement section, and someone asked, how does the pavement feel, less than 50 miles into the race? And we were saying, probably not too bad, probably nice to kind of shut the brain off. I would guess at this point, it might not feel quite as good. I mean, it would be nice to shut the brain off, but it, I'm sure, is beaten the feet up a little bit. And also a lot of roads have camber, and so you have, you're running at an angle, which can be a bit painful. Hopefully they're not on the road for too long, so that's affecting them. But I would guess that the pavement is not feeling quite as nice right now.
Can confirm, Kevin Goldberg, the pavement hurts now.
Thank
you, Kevin, for validating what Alyssa just said, that it is not particularly fun at this point in the race. Kevin Goldberg's out there crushing the Mammoth 200. You're doing great, Kevin. Keep it up. Keep rocking.
So we had a question of how long Anna has been pacing. So she was picked up at Lee Vining, at least for this section.
Yeah.
So she's been pacing for, this will be about a 31-mile section for her if she stops.
And I think she did a shorter stretch yesterday, so definitely has been broken up. But I do think she's done multiple sections. And, she is a pro runner herself. She's got to get her miles in. What better way than to share it with your significant other, your partner out here on this course? It's really beautiful terrain. Who knows? Maybe she is checking out the course in anticipation of running it one day herself. TBD on that, but she's doing an awesome job, and we've seen her leading him and in front and now behind. And so I think, she is certainly out there doing what she can to help Jimmy get across that finish line.
It's also, I just find to give perspective on just how impressive our runners are, is that very often the pacers will do an ultra plus, like well over an ultra. I know I have Killian Korth, who's a big name on the 200-miler scene. He has paced well over 100 miles for one of his friends at Moab, so he jokes that he should have the Moab 100 buckle. I know Joe Corsion, we can chat with Sally McRae about this, but he ended up pacing, I think, for Bigfoot when she did 100 miles or so, and I think he did 70 at Moab. So, it is crazy what the runners are doing and then what the pacers are doing. I mean, imagine running 100-miler that is just
isn't even a race.
Yeah. Quite insane. And we do have Jake and Rachel making their way up the climb out of Grant Lake.
Is Jake Rachel's pacer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
I was going to clarify that Jake is the pacer.
I was like, who's Jake?
It's not someone who's got her.
We got a new front runner coming in hot.
We have eyes on another runner. Gosh, after Jesse Haynes wore orange yesterday, all I can think whenever I see someone in orange is Jesse Haynes, but I do believe he has changed shirts, so I do not think that is Jesse Haynes at the moment, but that's kind of stuck in my head at this point.
Yeah, it is. I hear you there. I think he was in black earlier today, but
yeah.
Be really, really kind of messed up if two runners in like the top 10 like swapped outfits back and forth and like they wore the same thing the other one was wearing but at different times and really tried to confuse us. That would be kind of fun.
I think we are going to have another incredible sunset for our runners this evening. Gosh, yesterday was beautiful, and I'm so happy that the Mammoth has not continued the streak of cold, rainy, weathery races. So that is definitely a big win for the Mammoth 200 in its inaugural year.
About 30 minutes ago, there was a cutoff, an aid station cutoff at Green Church. So runners had until about 30 minutes ago to make it to Green Church, mile 70. We were able to interview Hillary Yang here on the couch, race director of the Mammoth 200. She mentioned that nobody had been cut off so far in the race, and it was about 2 hours that everyone had made it through all of the cutoffs. So yeah, pretty safe to say that no one is at risk of that. And then the next one coming up would be at 12 a.m. at Sawmill Meadow. That is mile 84. Runners have until midnight tonight to make it to Sawmill. And if they do before then, they will be on track for that 110-hour or so time frame for finishing. That is the cutoff of the race.
My hats are off to the race directors for figuring out cutoffs. I think that is one of the trickiest parts of designing, especially a 200-mile race, of figuring out what is reasonable to make your cutoffs. And I've seen races that have gotten it quite wrong on the first time. where, you know, it's just some sections are so slow, others are a lot faster. So it's awesome to hear that people, they have been timing the cutoffs right, it seems like.
Yeah, she said they put a lot of work into it and really sat down and analyzed each section and kind of just tried to get these estimated splits. I mean, you know, they also probably had a bit of information from Sally doing the course, which would be helpful, knowing that she did this entire course. I think it was like 72 hours.
I actually was wondering that. I had no idea
I recently watched it, and she said, I think she completed it in 72 hours. I think she did do maybe a bit of a steeper climb at the end than what these runners are doing, like went up the same way that you start, which is a little different. But she even mentioned, and we can get firsthand feedback tomorrow from her, but she mentioned in that film that she thought that, you know, she was doing that at a pretty casual pace, and she really thought that runners were going to be able to go sub 60, maybe even sub 50 on this course. So that was her estimate. I'm sure that definitely played into them figuring that out, and I would say they did an awesome job of guessing here.
Yeah, so we have had a few questions on when registration is opening. They hope very soon. There are still a few permits pending for next year, but it is going to be so exciting when it opens, and they're hoping to make that happen as soon as possible.
Yep, and Hillary said, here's a reminder to all of our aid station captains, just make sure we are not disturbing the plants out there. And, you know, they're essentially being evaluated right now. They have had folks from the permitting offices out there visiting, checking in on things. So kind of like if we were trying to get a Michelin star, there could be a restaurant reviewer who pops into your aid station undercover. Treat everyone equally, make sure that things look good, and we will have many more Mammoth 200s to come.
I love it. I think that this is just, I mean, already, I think, going to very quickly, and already has, I mean, become one of the iconic 200 milers of the U.S. So it is going to be so exciting to see where it goes in 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now on. So we have, Sally did end at the top of Mammoth Mountain, so I was thinking about how that was different. And Pete Forster says it took Sally 76 hours.
Oh, I thought it was 72. 72, 76.
In the 70s. And she did not sleep.
No.
And she did not go in, I think, well rested either. No. I don't know if Sally sleeps. We should get confirmation tomorrow if she sleeps. Kevin Goldberg, my question for you is, what charging do you use for your phone so that you can keep us entertained in the live stream commentary?
Question.
Yeah, what's your go-to battery?
And do you have multiple power packs?
And how do you keep listening to Taylor Swift? Yeah, let us know.
Is there music and live streaming? Is there a way to keep YouTube open without keeping the window open? These are very important things we need to know right now, Kevin Goldberg. Just stop what you're doing. Forget about the race. We need answers.
Would you love us even more if we were constantly overlaying Taylor Swift onto our live stream?
Then the YouTube would get banned and nobody could watch it. All right, we are trying to ID this runner for you here. We do think they're
zoom in on the number.
We think that actually it could be Kevin Goldberg. We're gonna figure it out. That would be pretty meta.
Kevin, are you wearing an orange shirt?
Pretty meta. He's typing, like, it looks like a phone is out. I'm kind of thinking this is Kevin. Yes to T Swift.
pack is fully loaded with Anchor battery packs.
Yes, YouTube can be open with other apps. Thank you for answering all of our questions, Kevin. You're awesome.
Kevin.
We are literally watching you on the screen, following you right now. You're live. You go ahead and focus on the race. Like we want you to keep moving and doing what you're supposed to be doing. But this is so hilarious that we are following Kevin Goldberg as he is chatting with us in the live stream chat, being followed by a drone cam.
Is this as meta as it gets?
Very meta. Very, very meta. We're entering a different dimension right now. Twilight Zone incoming.
Oh, Kevin, we love you so much.
You're doing great, Kevin. You're crushing.
I actually told Kevin and Peter that if I were ever to do Cocodona, that I would listen to every Distance to Empty podcast during the time I did Cocodona, because they do have enough hours to cover Cocodona, which is absolutely so impressive that they have just really nailed the podcast. It's so fun. But
Kevin breaking the fourth wall, Kevception. We are getting some amazing comments in there. This is what we love. This is what we need to have more of. Everyone is cheering for you, Kevin. If you just found yourself here and you have no idea what's going on, you're at the Mammoth 200, and Kevin Goldberg, who is running the race and is, around mile 125, he's on the screen right now being followed by a drone camera. We are actually chatting with him in the live stream chat as well. He is telling Alyssa Clark, our commentator, to sign up for the race. There are so many things happening right now. It's pretty amazing.
This is awesome. And my husband, who, I'll be honest, is, we'll say a mild trail running fan. He kind of has his favorites, but he is not quite the staunch follower that all of us are. And he just texted me and said, this dude is so sick. So Kevin, you're getting a shout out. You might join. So my husband's favorite ultra runners are, oh my gosh, John Kelly and Ryan Sands.
Okay.
So Kevin Goldberg, you've
joined the list.
Yeah, I think you're joining the list.
Kevin, blink twice if you need help, Nicole says. You're out there without a pacer.
We had a great question come up. How do runners keep their watches going for a 200-mile race? So, at this point, the watches have gotten so incredible with their battery lives that they will, I think, pretty easily last a 200-miler.
Like 60 hours if you're not on, navigation
mode
or
navigation
something.
Navigation mode really kills it.
So much love in the chat for Kevin. If you think Kevin Goldberg's awesome, throw a cell phone emoji in there. Although we also need woolly mammoths, because if you did not see his bib picture before the race, that was Kevin Goldberg wearing the woolly mammoth. I think it was a the brand. The mammoth's name is Woolly. That makes sense. But Kevin was taking a picture with this full-on teddy bear woolly mammoth-esque outfit, and I think it's the Leadville company. Melanzana. Thank you for being my brain. Shelby Farrell on the couch. She's still here.
She's still hanging. Also, I just have to say, I can confirm from my husband, who is quite picky, that Kevin Goldberg has now made the list with John Kelly and Ryan Sands. So Kevin, you've made it. Yeah. Also, I love that we are getting comments of, can we drop Kevin a pizza from a drone? I wish we could. That would be awesome.
This is a new pacing strategy. We chat and type for 10 seconds, then we run 100 steps. Then we chat and type for 10 seconds, then we run 100 steps. I love it. It is a way to pass the time.
It may be the new run-walk strategy.
Yeah.
I think it's it. Oh, we got some hearts from Kevin. All right, Kevin, don't get lost, though. Also, Kevin, you look great. You're moving super well. He's got more spring in his step than I ever have.
He's bouncy. Did a little twirl. Was that a little twirl for us? Now there's 1,100 people telling Kevin what to do while he's being followed by the drone camera. He either loves this or hates what he just created.
Yes.
All right, we have Kevin still on the right hand of your screen, but we have got another runner coming in to Lee Vining.
Looking strong. Got the sideways
hat energy.
I love it.
Side brim hat energy right now. And
awesome.
that is Xander Chase.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so we got an ID. So Xander Chase is into the mile 140.6. That is Lee Vining, which is sponsored by Arc'teryx. And we heard that they have some, I think they were going to do grilled cheese and tomato soup at this aid station, which honestly sounds incredible. Taking a seat.
If I am not wrong, I do believe he is also, no, I thought they were. Those are, oh. Are those Brooks?
I couldn't quite see.
I think I saw the emblem looking like a Brooks shoe. Oh, our New Balance.
Oh, yeah. Those are some New Balance.
New Balance.
Looks like some ice as well. I might be doing ice in the buff. He looks great getting some warm food in. Oh, the grilled cheese.
There it is.
We
on
love
cue,
it.
On cue.
We love it. Thank you, Arc'teryx, for sponsoring and staffing that aid station. It is awesome to see. I know that Arc'teryx is a big supporter of Hillary Yang, so it's awesome to see them coming out to the race. Kevin, we got you. Finding Melanie right now. Looks like she's at 109. So we have Xander on the left, and I believe we have think we're going to have Jimmy Elam coming up on the right-hand side. So we do not have Kevin Goldberg on screen anymore. We have Xander Chase and then Jimmy Elam on the right.
Yeah, we heard there was a little bit of precipitation starting out there. Not sure if it's still going on where Jimmy's at.
Doesn't look like it's too terrible, but
no,
you never know.
It does not look like it is. Okay, so it might have just been around the lake, and sounds like June 8 is clear or not raining, so could have just been a little bit of an isolated shower.
That's a great question. Do we get runners in these paved sections wearing road shoes? So, I don't think that they are because they're not long enough to do a shoe change. But I would say there's probably several sections where people might be in more of a hybrid shoe. Or more of almost like a gravel road shoe. I could see that absolutely happening. But in this section in particular, I believe that the climb was pretty technical and quite steep. So they wouldn't have changed shoes before popping on the road. But I would guess that they wouldn't mind having some road shoes if that was possible.
Over there.
I'll be on. I'm changing my shoes to Jordan's.
Okay. Your shoes are right there, Jack.
I'm considering that thing, but what do you think?
I think it's going to get chilly. Yes, I think you should put your pants on.
No, nap.
Oh, nap?
Yeah, I'm gonna see you at Obsidian. I'm gonna change.
Oh, you're going to change up? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it's gonna stay the same.
Same old, yeah. Just wear.
That?
Yeah, let's go with it up. You are rocking shit.
So there's a lesson of water that you set up. This one? Oh, perfect. Yeah. With carbs. Okay. You want me to start another bag?
I mean,
He's sitting exactly what you're doing.
Oh, just give it like yeah, and that one is oh, here, I can take this one.
One step in right now. Put them up step.
Yeah, they're wrong.
Right there.
Okay, you don't want to take it out, just put it in your pocket.
Just give me or a little water.
Coke. You want to
And then refrigerator.
Okay. Yeah, sit them down here.
Honestly, I can tell you more. I've cried more than Jimmy today. So I don't know what that says.
I did earlier too. Made me so sleepy. Yeah. It's like I think when you have more than one, you're kind of like stacks a little bit. Like I'm so sleepy.
I think you want to use it for too.
Like, yeah, I mean like borderline like passing out on the trail.
Okay, let's try not to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah. 12 miles of water. Okay.
Or unless I'm like take one and then take a nap.
Yeah.
Correct. And that's not reversible. 19 tons of the top is electrolyte.
Okay, because he wants some water.
But he does get like, but Great Snowy, my point is that, so just so he doesn't carry that weight of those 2 miles, if he wants to have those. I think I'll check on the other one.
Everything good?
We're good. Okay, grab me a loop.
Luke. How about your address?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm sorry.
You have 2 miles of the single. Thank you. And then you're out of water. So if you want to leave a water behind, or I can empty this water.
Empty one water. Yeah.
And just fill it up.
Oh, Tylenol.
I got Advil also.
You don't no Advil.
Okay. You can just dump it in there if you want to. It's easier.
I was saying to you, you guys are welcome to meet us. You can for us, but you can meet us at
2 miles.
So that's the next station. It's on your way.
Oh,
So when you see the,
that's just water.
Can you say hi?
Yeah. So when
You got a rock to give to somebody? Nice.
Okay, so the trailhead.
Go, Jimmy.
Oh, there it is again. Woo! Go, Jimmy. Jimmy Jammy.
Go, Jimmy. Duck.
Duck. Duck. Duck goose. There's the goose.
Okay. Okay. Maybe just bring him. I'll probably be good.
Okay, so can you finish your time? Where can we get that for you?
Looks like you kind of read that like
contacts.
I have no clue. Sorry. I didn't know I was supposed to change it for you.
In that bag.
With that.
From the back.
You have and then clean water. And then
Okay. I already put those on. Yeah, there.
Did you put Advil in your drug?
Yeah. Okay.
You can change shoes. You have crew in 11 and a half minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
You have 2,800 gain, 2,000 miles.
Okay.
So this big climb is really the biggest.
Oh, and these are the same. Power line. Yeah, these are the same. Thank you.
Yeah, you're good. Good luck. Were we gonna charge something? Oh yeah, can we charge? Can we charge? We're out to charge tomorrow. How much longer will be here?
Just don't push any buttons on it. Let Anna plug it in, babe.
You wanted a cap.
You look better now than
I was going to say this is the most alert.
This cap's right there.
$15 a month for premium products. That's why instead of hiring an expensive,
Yeah, honestly, it's so hard to like I said, I'm more out of it than him.
Tim sent that message to me, by the way. Ain't no runner like a Chico runner.
Chico.
That was Tim. He was waiting for you, but he got rushed out of the last aid station.
I don't think so. I feel like we got all the things he wanted to do. But we'll... Yeah, he's moving so well. He ran the entire road climb up. It's really annoying. I want to go walk in.
So watching the downhill, the thing is supposed to be pretty gnarly, but you guys moved pretty good through.
Oh yeah, yeah, he moved so well.
Anything else for? Besides the noodles.
So,
That's quite a bit.
I didn't like his bag.
Yeah. Were you doing another bag?
No, that's the rice cooking. I'm not sure if his potato bag is in his belt. But we can add that to his potato bag in his belt.
Okay.
Matt wants to see these awesome chairs.
The foo-foo chairs. They're for the crew.
Me and Jim were cuddling earlier.
Yeah, we were cuddling on them.
How are you doing? Bentley? Did you get some rest?
About 2 hours of sleep.
Dude, same.
Welcome to the world, buddy. Okay.
Judy, where's your potato bag?
In my pack.
All right, James Ranger will.
Gotcha. Some in there. He just licks it out right. He doesn't use a spoon.
I think you should bite it, honestly.
Yeah, bite it that way.
Christian next to me.
Wait,
Oh, great call, Chris. We need the waist light. I think it's in the garment suitcase.
good. There you go.
I want you to put this on.
And then I'm gonna close chain. Yep.
And then you got your water back. Sorry, I have to. I think you should just take a bite out of the corner and like squeeze it into your mouth.
This is extra. Those are the. And this is like close the first page. Yeah. And so
Contacts, you got new shoes.
Yeah, I know.
I watch it. Ram down here.
Yeah.
Ready to go?
All right.
Good luck, guys.
all right. Looking so
Keep it
strong.
moving, man. Keep it moving.
Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Andrew, thank you, man. Thank you.
Say thank you to Chloe.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Oh, clear glasses. You have my clear glasses? Can you grab them real quick?
Yeah.
Go, Jimmy! Whoa.
Okay, we are back with Jimmy leaving June Mountain Aid Station, mile 171.7. Somehow, he might look fresher than he has. I've seen him all day. I mean, he's looked great all day, but he looks just awesome. So, gosh, we were saying that it's probably a huge mental boost to know that there's a very strong possibility of, we'll call it a really late night, very early morning finish, maybe in the eyes of Jimmy. We also had one of the best quotes, I think.
Oh yeah, we gotta bring this up. Yeah, this is one of our top chatters out there. We're gonna find this quote. Did you get it?
Yes.
All right. Send it out. Who told us this? Who left us with this awesome little gem?
So this is Pete Forrester, who said, sprinkle that course record on some ice cream because it's Jimmy's. It is. We still have a lot of time in the race, but it is awesome to see Jimmy doing super well, and we love the enthusiasm, love the support out there.
Yeah, Jimmy Elam, your leader in the Mammoth 200, 5:30 in the evening, and he is leaving the 171-mile aid station
out of June Lake.
All right, we will be back to Jimmy if we can in a moment. At the same time, this is not a bad view for y'all to be checking out.
And just to kind of give a timestamp on that, Jimmy left June Lake right around 33, we'll call it 32-ish timestamp. So we will be looking at that to see when we're getting our next runner in, which should be Rachel Entrikin. So we did have a question back in the day. First off, we did find the Jimmy chair.
Yes,
and we
have
located
the Jimmy chair. I put a link. I renamed the link the Jimmy chair.
Yes.
It is back there if you want to go find it. It's
yes.
Like what's it called? It's got a very long name.
Tommy Bahama Destination Relaxation XL Jumbo Padded Club Chair.
The XL Jumbo Padded. As Jordan behind the camera said, that is a lot of keywords.
It's almost like the Michael Scott race for the cure against rabies for kids who can't read good. Charity run 5K. So, yes, if you buy a Tommy Bahama chair, you need to email them to say that you did this because
say you heard about
Jimmy.
it on the Mountain Outpost Mammoth live stream, Mammoth 200 live stream, and we will see if we cannot secure a next year sponsorship for the race and for us in studio at Mountain Outpost and behind the cameras and the monitors. We need some comfort as well. We have been sitting on not the most comfortable chairs for a while. We cannot complain. These runners are out there running 170 miles. Jimmy Elam's got his poles back out. He is with Pacer.
He is demonstrating what we love to call the power hiker. Power hiker extraordinaire here. He is crushing. And I'm sure that feels so good on his legs to have a change up after all of those road miles.
We're going to give love and admiration to all of our runners out there. We have many, many amazing athletes taking on this beautiful yet super challenging course. They've been out there for 33 and a half hours. Some of them may be out there for up to 110 hours. It is the 2025 Mammoth 200. Brought to you by Mountain Outpost, presented by Kraft.
We did have a question a little bit back in the chat, asking about the On Cloud Ultra Pro. I am a huge fan. I believe it was the shoe that Katie Scheid was wearing that just won the Long Trail World Championships. It's a shoe that has won Hard Rock now, Madeira. I wore it for Lavaredo, wore it for UTMB, which the shoe is not the problem at UTMB, but it is an amazing shoe. It has a nylon plate instead of a carbon plate, which I think is a really good decision. It's a little bit less hard on the joints, but still really bouncy, and the foam is very responsive. So I am a big fan. I love seeing all of the innovation that is happening in the trail shoe world, because there are just tons of awesome shoes, and I love that they're looking at alternatives of carbon plates out there.
Yeah. We've seen a wide variety of shoes being worn on this course. Everything from, I think Jimmy Elam started in the La Sportiva Prodigio Pros. May have also had a pair of Norda 005s in the quiver, and could be in a pair of Ultras right now, or had that also as an option. I think I saw a couple different pairs of Hokas, maybe Tectonics 3 and maybe Mafate 5s on the ground at one of Rachel Entrekin's stops, but I think she also might wear Topos. I don't know which model. I'm not super familiar with the options there at Topo. I know we've got
believe Max was in a pair of Norda 005s
as
well.
Yep. Definitely saw that. I did not glance at what Amber Weibel was wearing.
No, I didn't recognize them, actually. I know that she wasn't wearing gaiters, but I didn't recognize what she had on.
Adair Ramirez was wearing Hoka Tectonics 3s.
So we do have quite a climb out of June Mountain Aid Station, which we are seeing Jimmy head up right now. So this next section is June Mountain to Obsidian Dome. It's an 11.5-mile section with a net gain of 2,800 feet and a loss of 2,000 feet. But I will say, in the first 2 miles of this section, they have about 1,300 feet of climbing. They're starting at about 7,600 feet and climbing up to 8,800 feet. So that's a very solid climb. 8,800 feet is no joke. I know that Jimmy and Rachel are both higher altitude dwellers, and it looks like a lot of the athletes are handling the altitude quite well. But yeah, that's definitely not something to take lightly.
So if Ryan Fitzpatrick's correct, he's saying Max is in the Solomon S-Lab Ultra Glide Dusts now. I know exactly what that shoe is. I actually own that shoe. It's pretty wild looking. It's got a shoe cover on it that almost also acts as a gaiter and goes up around your ankle. Could see that being a good option for maybe some of that kitty litter. So that would be a really interesting choice, but I could see it working out here. It's also a pretty wild looking shoe. We are sponsored and presented to you by Kraft. We've got a pair of Nord Light Ultra Pros on the table here. Solid looking shoe. Yeah. I know that one of their athletes, Mary Denholm, is a big fan of this shoe. Ashley Hall, thank you. Amber is switching between La Sportivas and Hokas. Great to know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's exciting to see. I feel like La Sportiva's really been just a big player on the trail running shoe scene this year.
Yeah, specifically that shoe just seemed
sure
to really, really catch a lot of people's attention and be very, very well reviewed and get favorable reviews, I should say. We agree, Samantha McMillan, inspired by every single runner out there.
Oh, wow. Amber has yet to sleep. That is impressive.
Thank you, Ashley, for letting us know. So your two women sitting in first and second, Rachel Entrican and Amber Weibel. Ashley, are we saying her name right? Weibel? Just confirm that for us. We would really appreciate it. Neither one of them have slept, and sounds like Jimmy Elam did take a couple of at least 10-minute naps. We heard that from his crew.
No word from Rachel. We haven't.
She hasn't slept.
She's not slept.
No.
Okay.
Rachel has not slept. I got a text from her crew that she has not slept and does not plan on doing so.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice. Good for her.
I'm not sure on Max.
Yeah, I was going to say.
We don't know the sleep stats.
Not sure on Max. Not
Max
sure
Jolliffe.
on Heather.
Keep not saying people's last name. I'm gonna try to keep doing that.
Yeah. Yes. All right. Weibel. I think we got it.
That is confirmed. Weibel. Thank you very much.
We had a great question. Corinne, what is on your bucket list of races that you have not done yet? She's getting some caffeine right now. Gearing up.
Good question.
I can go if you want some time to think.
I mean, I have one or two in mind, but yes, Alyssa, let's hear yours.
I am going to say Diagonal du Faux, one of the Grand Raid races. Yep. I have been itching to do that for years, and it just looks, I mean, I love, honestly, like kind of slightly over the 100-mile distance. Man, not quite 200, but, like a 109, 110. Super gnarly. It kind of looks like Hurt meets UTMB, which are two of my favorite races. So,
yeah, that's awesome. I think you do really, really well at that race.
Thanks.
Looks like a very, very challenging one. I'm not particularly interested.
Totally fair. Totally fair.
Hard Rock for sure is on my bucket list. I need to run a qualifier first before that can even become a possibility, but it's my backyard. I grew up in Ouray, Colorado. I also know how brutally hard that race is, but I do think it's something I would like to attempt one day for sure. I mean, I would love to run some more of the races over in Europe, Italy, Spain, just beautiful country, and it'd be really cool to experience a couple of maybe the staples, the classics, the icons in our sport, like a Lavaredo.
Oh, you would do really. Lavaredo is really runnable.
Really,
it's kind of like someone said that it was basically just like a slightly hillier Western, like a mountain version of Western.
Okay.
Yeah, it's super runnable. So
cool.
I think you would crush at that.
That'd be exciting. That would be super exciting, as well as maybe like a Madeira Island or one of the other island races where you go across the entire island. That would be pretty wild. Trans-Gran Canaria.
That's on, I think I'm going to shoot for Trans-Gran Canaria 120 next year.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, so we're getting some beautiful shots of June Mountain, those aspens in the corner, being aspens because that's how they are. We had another question. How did you get into trail running? We talked about this a little bit this morning, but it's been almost 12 hours.
All right, we'll talk about it again. Good question. Thank you, Life of Noah. So I was a runner in middle school, high school, also played basketball, volleyball, did cheerleading, went to a very small school, played in the band. We did all the things. But yeah, ran in school, ran for a couple years in college, cross country primarily. And then I kind of just was a recreational runner, ran a road marathon with my then boyfriend, now husband, but kind of just casually continued running. And then I had a couple kids, and then they turned 3 and 5 or so, and I decided to get back into running myself. I had convinced my husband to run a marathon with me, and then he said, if I'm going to keep doing this running thing, I want to run in the mountains because he's a skier. He loves the mountains. He started training for some mountain races. I grew up in the mountains, said I don't like running up hills, but I'll go out with you. And we started training together on more trails, and then both started entering some shorter trail races. We created the Castle Rock Run Club when we moved to Castle Rock, Colorado, because there was not a trail running group there. Then inherited a whole bunch of friends who really love trail running, and we're doing big distances, and we all kind of grew up together, and the rest is history. Now, yeah, we've both run a number of really longish races, not 200s, but I've started 4 and finished 300s.
Nice.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Trail running's where it's at. How about you, Alyssa? How did you get into the sport?
Oh, so I actually read Ultramarathon Man when I was 10 years old, and I just said I'm going to run an ultra one day, even though I didn't really like running. But
wow,
yeah,
that's pretty wild.
I grew up in Vermont, was a cross-country skier, so spent a lot of time out on the trails, and just thought it was really fun to just eat snacks and hike hills and run with your friends. So that parlayed into, I was a college lacrosse player, but was always kind of doing long stuff during the summers. And I decided that I wanted, I think when you're a college athlete, you always question what's going to come next. And I decided I wanted to run a marathon, but I actually went straight to a 50K right out of college. So I did my first 50K 2 months after graduating, and the rest, is history. Moved to Hawaii right out of school, in the Hawaii running community. Still they're my family. I love them so much, and they continue to be some of my biggest supporters. So 10 years later,
nice,
we're still here.
And you've run a number of 200s yourself?
Just Moab officially, and then an FKT.
And then the FKT.
Yeah.
Okay, so couple.
Yeah, but I am truly a lover of the 100-mile distance. That's one of my favorites.
Very cool.
Great question about, training this distance. So that is something that comes up quite often, I think, with people where they think, oh gosh, how do you train for a 100-miler? And, you don't go out and run 100 miles because you do have to always be balancing recovery with your training, of overdoing it. And so a lot of runners, not everyone, but a lot will employ back-to-backs or, 3 big chunks of days. But, getting up to even 100 miles in a week for a 100-miler is a lot of mileage. So there is kind of a lot of unknown when you're going into races. And actually, one time my coach pointed out that doing the races was training for other races. And I don't know why it never occurred to me.
It is,
but it totally is. Yeah. So it does take a lot of time. It takes up, a lot of building slowly. But no, you are not going out and running 100 generally to train for 100, which is kind of counterintuitive.
Right.
Yes, we do have a question. So on the mics right now, I am Alyssa Clark, and we have Corinne Chalvoy in the studio watching these incredible runners. We did have a question of training for the sleep deprivation. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I don't know if it is I don't know if it's necessarily possible to train for it, other than getting into an environment where you're going to experience some of it and then trying to run, even staying up late and kind of getting yourself a little bit into that state, and then running like a 2 or 3 in the morning might simulate a little bit of something like that. I will say I think it's different when you're in a race environment. I'm not great at night. However, if I have the appropriate amount of caffeine and I am in a race mindset and it gets dark and I have the right motivation, sometimes it doesn't really affect me as much. We've heard people referencing back to pulling all-nighters in college or going through residency and medical school,
having kids,
kind of thinking about those scenarios. But I don't know. I think that there's I don't know that a whole lot of people necessarily train specifically for that. They just have gone through it before and paid attention to how they react to it and maybe how they can manage it, just like you would manage heat or cooling or something else, and then use tools around them to optimize, you know, what they need to be able to keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I coach athletes, I believe, Corinne, you do as well.
Yep.
And for the most part, I don't actually encourage too many athletes to go out at night. I do encourage, you know, if they don't have a ton of night experience, and again, races count for this as well, that they practice their systems, you know, make sure, do they want that waist lamp? Do they like the headlamp? How does their stomach feel at night? But you know, the biggest problem is that you are, you know, as I mentioned before with the mileage building, recovery is such a hard part of doing these big mileage training weeks. And so if you are going out and, you know, running through the night, you are really impacting your recovery, and that could knock you out for a while, so that your training actually is hurt more than probably would be helped by the time that you're spending out there. So you always have to weigh, you know, what is the impact of going out and doing this run? And it might be that you start at, say, like a 7 p.m. and run until 11 p.m. where you can still sleep from 12 to 8 or whatever. But also a lot of people are maybe trying to fit on the weekend, and then they're going right back to work. So I do think that you always have to weigh the cost and the benefit of the toll that the sleep deprivation takes. Also a question of switching out shoes. So yeah, you know, it really depends on the race. I am guessing you've probably done 100 milers without switching. I very rarely switch shoes in a 100 miler. Other people will. I would say that there are definitely people who do not switch shoes out in 200 milers, but I definitely switched shoes out in Moab. I do think that we're seeing a lot of athletes switching shoes. This is also quite a dusty course, so that is getting inside shoes despite the help of the gaiters. And I think shoe changes and just keeping the feet clean are worth taking a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, I think there's a number of different things that runners are going to be doing also to kind of reset. Like, we use that term reset a lot, but it does become important if you get into a low moment, you know, emotionally, mentally. Sometimes just changing something about your environment or your setup can also shift the mindset and make you feel like you are maybe just starting a run instead of being 33 hours into a run. One of those things could be changing your shoes. You just get different sensations on your feet because they hit differently in different foam and different, you know, types of drops in your shoes. Or it could be other things like wiping your face off, basically like doing almost like a going to bed or waking up routine.
brushing
teeth, switching out nutrition, changing clothes, putting on music, turning off music, kind of just changing the environment a little bit to, I think, shift also your perspective on things and not allow yourself to get like siloed into this, oh my gosh, this is what I'm doing right now, and I've been doing it forever and it's never going to stop, and you know, kind of that downward spiral. So a lot of different tricks. Even think about it from a muscular standpoint, right? If people are cramping, they say to either drink pickle juice or eat mustard or something that shocks your palate. It's almost like a similar, you know, thing to that for your brain. So shoes can also act in that way.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Right now on screen, we have Rachel Entrikin, who is on her way to June Mountain Aid Station, which is 171.7.
Yeah, there's a question about pooping in 200s, and I think we just should reference, I mean, it is addressed in the manual that you are to take care of your waist, and the protocol for doing that in the wilderness is to dig a hole at least 6 inches deep, then use the restroom, and then carry your toilet paper or whatever you use to wipe in a plastic bag and discard it in the appropriate, trash receptacle. This is a bit of a leave no trace type situation, and yeah, we don't want to do anything to harm the environment that we are being gifted to run through out there.
Yeah, I've definitely seen like a poop shovel or something on a list of recommended.
I think there's like a little kit that's really small and lightweight that includes like almost like a disposable shovel.
All right, so gosh, this is a beautiful section of trail. And we have Rachel Entrican coming in to June Mountain Aid Station, mile 171.7. And just as a reminder, Jimmy left June Mountain at 33:32 elapsed time, so we will be keeping an eye on when Rachel leaves the aid station as well. This is just mesmerizing. Like I just the different vegetation that we have out there, the juxtaposition with the lake. Gosh, it is just stunning, and they are coming in to, I think, will be a beautiful sunset.
The June Mountain Aid Station is being headed up by the one and only Katie Asmuth, good friend and amazing, incredible runner herself. Sure to have some good vibes in there. So Rachel's going to see Katie for the second time. I believe Katie paced her for 30 miles overnight last night, then got some sleep, then perhaps coached a kid's soccer game and is now running the aid station. So doing all the things. And hopefully we'll get a view of, maybe what that aid station looks like. And it's us. We're on screen.
Hey!
Hello.
Wasn't expecting that.
Hello, world. We were not prepared. While we lose other visuals, you're going to have to look at us for a moment.
Yes.
It's great to be with you all. We are really, really excited to be here, even if we've been on air for a while and it's getting a little loopy.
Yeah.
We're back to the much more beautiful scenery.
Yes. Yeah. I definitely hopped into the shower as quickly as I could. So, I am probably still more clean than many of the runners out there.
I think you smell better than me because I did not shower after my run. So
I was impressed by that commitment.
I'll try not to get too close to you, Alyssa, but yeah, we're doing great over here.
I will say that, so I used to live in a van full time for about 2.5 years, and I was much more just like, I'll shower when I shower. We did have access to showers most of the time, but since I have moved into an apartment more, showers are so luxurious, and also I don't have to like carry my shampoo and conditioner in every time. So, yes, I'm much more pro shower at this moment. Gosh, yeah, getting some stunning views.
Oh, man. Okay, so I think we saw that, like, from really, really far away, and it just looked like this, like, outline of almost this crater-esque, surface. This is really, really unique.
Yes, because this race basically is a giant circumnavigation
of a crater.
A crater.
Yeah, it is. Or a caldera, if we want to use an elegant term.
Love it.
Circumnavigating this beautifully rugged caldera. It's treating runners to some of the most diverse terrain in the American West. Volcanic summits, pristine single track, abandoned mines, alpine lakes. We've seen so many lakes.
Yeah.
And sage-laden double tracks along the valley floor. Pumice-lined climbs. There we go. That's how we describe some of this some of the terrain we saw a little earlier. There was some pumice out there. And Mona Lake and Tufa Towers. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Tufa. Yeah.
Tufa Towers.
Yeah. Yes, I did indeed live in a van down by the river.
You know what that's referencing,
I do
right?
know.
Okay.
I had to learn. I did not know that until probably about a year living in the van. It's a little bit sad, but I do know this now.
Oh yeah, that's a great reference right there.
We haven't gotten a lot of reports of people getting lost. I know the tracker has.
I think Rachel actually took about a mile or mile and a half detour fairly early on in the race. But yeah, no, otherwise, I think actually required for runners to have the GPX file downloaded somewhere on either their watch or phone or both, access to it. But yeah, no, I have not heard much about. Yeah. We've seen a couple things. I think that Chrissy early on was on a road turning back and forth a couple times, but no major detours or issues. And yeah, again, they're just thinking about the amount of work that goes into planning these. There have been people out there marking this course, over the last probably week or so, making sure that there are trail markers, keeping everybody on track as well, and that takes some serious time to cover 200 miles and put flags down along it. Nancy Garcia is cheering on her coach, Rachel Moore. Great to see. And if you're just joining us, we'll give you all a quick update on what is happening with the race. Right now we have race leader Jimmy Elam. He is making it look really easy out there.
Yeah, he looks so smooth.
Yep, he is past June Mountain right now, in between June Mountain, which is 171 or mile 171, and Obsidian Dome, which is mile 183. So he is on an 11.5 mile stretch currently. We also had eyes on Rachel Entrekin, second place overall, first female, who is still making her way to the June Mountain aid station. Behind them, we have Max Jolliffe, Adair Ramirez, and Amber Weibel, somewhat close to one another, within a couple miles of one another, around the mile 146 to 148, 150 kind of markers. So they are also doing excellent. We also saw Xander Chase in an aid station just a couple of miles behind them, and we had eyes on Jeff Pelletier as well. Callie Smith and Helen Payne are the next women that we know of. If we are following just the women's side of the race, Helen Payne is currently around mile 128, according to our trackers. So we are just looking at some fantastic efforts being given by all of the runners out there.
So we should have sun setting. I think it's around 6:45. So we do have a little more time of sunlight, but the second night is quickly approaching. So we'll be getting headlamps out, donning that warmer weather kit. Also, runners are required to carry more mandatory kit during the night to ensure their safety.
There is also prize money at stake for this race. The only 200-mile plus race in the United States,
yes,
that is offering prize money. $5,000 to the winners on the male and female side of the house, $3,000 to second place, and $2,000 to third place male and female finishers of the 200. Mammoth 200, I should say.
That's awesome. And just to give an idea of what the mandatory night gear that they need to add on is an insulated or puffy layer. Otherwise, if they have cold weather gear activated, which I do not believe they have it. It seems like it's pretty stable. Then they have to have waterproof pants, a spare long sleeve, and a second headlamp, which honestly, great call on the headlamps. That is something I just feel like you can never have enough of.
Never have enough backup of light.
Andrew had a great question. Is it legal to have your pacer carry stuff for you? In this race, you are not allowed to have your pacer carry anything for you. That is affectionately called muling.
Yep.
In our sport. But there is, I think the only race that does allow it is Leadville.
Yeah, one of the only ones I know of that has a yes muling policy.
Which I think that comes from the tradition of burro.
Of mules.
Of mules, yeah.
Actually being
actually mules.
It very well could. Also, yeah, I mean, Leadville for a long time had llamas up at one of the remote aid stations, and they had carried all the gear up to it. The llamas were replaced this year by donkeys. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that has changed as well. But there are other races where, you're using burros or animals to get supplies to aid stations. Sometimes it's human powered, as in the Kroger Canteen aid station at Hard Rock.
Hard Rock is human. I thought there were animals at one point
taking stuff up there.
Yeah, all human powered.
Well, I know that a lot of times people volunteer to carry the water up. I don't know if an animal could make it up that scree field. Honestly, like with a bunch of stuff on their pack.
We had a question. Can a pacer give you water? So technically, no. That is part of the rules that you are not supposed to gain any extra aid from your pacer.
They can help you refill your water bottle at an aid station, so they can kind of act as your crew. If there are a few water only stops on here, you can hand them your water bottle. They can fill it up for you, hand it back to them. Then you can use it. We're getting a lot of bread in the chat. I was like, why? It's because Hans Troyer's in the chat.
Hans Troyer is in the chat.
Welcome to the chat, Hans. Love to see you here. What do you think about the Mammoth 200? Let us know. Is it on your bucket list? What do you think of these views? Aid station fireballs in the chat. So many people coming out. We appreciate you all being here. I think as we start to talk about lighting situations, one thing that I was going to pull the audience on, what is your preferred lighting setup? Is it headlamp only? Is it headlamp and waist lamp or waist belt light? Or is it just waist light? We'll do those three options.
Put what you like. And also, shout out to Hans, a fellow hyperlight athlete. He is a rock star, confirmed planning to go back to Western States. We love to see it. The kid is in the chat. Great question. Can a pacer help you with directions if you go the wrong way? Yes, they absolutely can. That is a huge, I think, advantage of having a pacer when you are later on in a race is that you can get really turned around because you're just very tired. So that's definitely an advantage to having a, we'll say, sharper brain out there.
Mr. Brian Metzler is a fan of a very powerful headlamp. No waist light ever. Headlamp and waist light. Head and waist combo. Moon power. Josh is going without light.
Love it. What do you use?
I use a headlamp. Lightweight. I think it's the Petzl Nano Icon something. The skeletal looking one. It doesn't really have a normal strap on it. I was intending to use a waist light as well because I do like those, but I kept forgetting to put it on at aid stations, so I never ended up wearing it. I think I'm a fan of either of those options. How about you?
Yeah, no, I'm mostly all a headlamp gal. I also use primarily Petzl.
Yep.
And yeah, I'll switch between the Ico Core. Oh gosh, I always get them so confused. And the Neo Plus.
Okay.
Yeah. So actually, during UTMB, because I'll start with a Neo Plus, which is kind of the bigger headlamp, and then I will switch to the more skeletal headlamp.
Is that the Ico Core?
That's Ico Core at Courmayeur, just because there's a few hours, and then I'll carry the oh my gosh, the tiny one.
Yes. I don't know what that's called, but it's
Neo?
a super, super tiny.
Yeah, then that really helps.
Headlamp only for me. Headlamp plus Kogalla. The Kogalla light is extremely bright. Really, really solid. Looks like a headlight. I have one of those. They are awesome. That being said, they're quite heavy. They have a pretty heavy battery pack, which is great, and it lasts a long time. But it is weight.
The Bindi, yes, I just looked it up. Thank you.
The Bindi.
Thank you. The Bindi. I think the Bindi is low key. And, you know, a lot of companies do make something that's equivalent. Anytime there's even the slightest possibility I might be running in, running into the night or early morning, I think the Bindi is such a good option. Just throw in your pack. It weighs absolutely nothing and will save you a lot of time and maybe a little bit of freaking out to have that headlamp.
Nice. We have heard from Kevin Goldberg that My Immortal by Evanescence just came on, so the evening is off to a really good start.
Kevin, we love that for you.
We're glad.
Yeah.
We're so glad, Kevin. Keep that positive attitude rolling.
So all runners are able to pick up a pacer at the same section. So they were actually
Mile 53.
Yeah, they were able to pick up a pacer mile 53 to the finish. So they get to have a buddy for a long time.
Yeah, that being said, so they can swap out pacers at any aid station, but they're not allowed to leave their pacer. So if something happens, whatever it is, or the runner is running very fast for some reason and is moving faster than said pacer, that is not allowed. They cannot separate. The pacer can stop at an aid station, but otherwise the runner has to stay with their pacer and the pacer has to stay with their runner throughout the race. That is a rule. Decision by, Tim and Hillary on that. And it is an interesting dynamic that I think we've seen people do a few things. I don't know if somebody has had a pacer with them for every single section since mile 53 that we've had eyes on.
I think Rachel might have.
Has she? Okay.
Yeah, I think she started as soon as she could.
And hasn't been pacerless since.
Not that I've seen.
I think some of the other runners have had sections that they've done by themselves.
I know at least Jimmy has certainly gone several sections without pacers. I know Amber. I do think Max actually is. Oh, no, Max did a pacerless section because he did have someone who was ready and then took off on his own. So, yeah, sometimes you just need that quality alone time. I think sometimes you can be in maybe a little bit of a mood and not kind of want to take it out on anyone. I can definitely say that there have been times where I have wanted to just have my own space to kind of put myself back together again. So I think that that might be the case for several of our runners out there, which I respect them for that.
I was also going to check out and see, I don't know if she is Strava Dark currently, if Katie Asmuth has uploaded her section of running, her pacing section with Rachel Entrikin. No, it's not on here. Katie Asmuth, why are you Strava Dark? Not okay. Dang it. I was so curious kind of what pace they were running, and yeah, if we would kind of get some intel into what that section looked like. But we will not.
Yeah, so just to give kind of a time reference right now, we have not seen Rachel through June Mountain quite yet.
Nope, I don't think we've even seen her on the road if we still have that drone shot.
Yeah. Okay, so we have confirmed she is on the road.
Okay, we had a drone die.
Yes.
There are batteries in drones, and they do need to be recharged.
They were
just like humans.
Yeah, they were trying to stay on Kevin Goldberg for too long, and we ran out of battery, but that was worth every second of battery power. So just to give you a time reference, Jimmy left June Lake. So I like to give times that they are leaving these aid stations at 33 hours and 32 minutes elapsed. So that is coming up on about 50 minutes ago.
Samantha said that Kevin is powered by evanescence and moonlight. Figuratively, yes. Very much so.
Oh, John, thank you for this great information. There's been some great footage. These are 2-foot towers. It is when calcium carbonate deposits formed where freshwater springs meet the hypersaline waters of the lake. So thank you so much, John, for that info. Kevin's also thankful. All right, so we are getting shots of runners coming down into Crater Mountain. This is about mile 125.
Sorry, at 2?
So we have Helen Payne, our 4th female, in view right now, coming down the ridge. Awesome job, Helen. Looking super strong. Gosh, this looks like such a beautiful section. Sounds like Kevin Goldberg is going to be chowing down on the grilled cheese offering at the Lee Vining Arc'teryx supported aid station. Kevin, I hope you enjoy that so
Heck
much.
yeah, Kevin, we saw a visual of that grilled cheese, and
looked
it looked delicious, so highly recommend. Already been reviewed by another runner, 4 stars. Great choice. Thanks so much for being here. I am Corinne Chalvoy, and Alyssa Clark is my co-host. Currently here at the Mammoth 200. We are so glad you stopped by our little live stream presented by Mountain Outpost. The Mammoth is presented by Kraft as well. Appreciate their support at the race and on the live stream side of the house. As we start to get toward the darker hours here, we are just going to give you as many visuals as we can of various runners out there on the course.
Right now we have Helen Payne, who is our F4, our 4th place female, running super strong, looking great.
Helen, similarly to our 1st place female, Rachel Entrican, ran High Lonesome 100 this July. Great race to run in preparation for the Mammoth, another high altitude 100 miler in Colorado. I think that average elevation of that one's over 10,000, 9 or 10,000 feet.
Wow, that is high.
So definitely got some time up at altitude. Also a lot of climbing. Definitely some technicality in that race. It is a hard rock qualifier. And Helen, who is 28 years old, placed 7th at that event. Yep, Helen is out there, has been rocking the braids. She looks like she is also nursing a little bit of something maybe. She looks like she's in good spirits. I don't know. What do you think of this, Alyssa? Do you think she's...
Yeah, I hope not. But looks like maybe it could just be foot pain. I mean,
it
that
could
often
be feet.
happens where our feet just go, excuse me?
Yeah. What are
what
you
do you
doing?
think you're doing?
Why are we doing this?
Yeah, so I'm hoping that it's nothing too unsolvable, but I think it could just be a little bit of foot pain. But man, she is crushing the braid game. I'm so impressed.
Yep. She probably wins best hair so far. Maybe a tie with Timothy Olsen. I don't know.
Ooh. He's just au naturel.
I know.
Yeah.
If we're talking about hairdos versus natural hairstyle,
Yeah,
like I don't know.
Categories.
Okay, 2 categories.
Yes, we are quickly approaching sunset, which will give our camera crew a little bit of a break. Well, as much as they can. We do believe that some of our first runners will be coming in very we'll say either really late or very early in the morning with what it looks like for time.
It looks like Helen has been running ultras since 2020. She's only 28 years old, so since she was 24 years old, nice. Has a number of 27 races so far, even just on ultra sign up, which, you know, could be
not even all of them.
Not even all of them. Does a lot of triples. Did Mammoth Trailfest triple in 2024. Did the Tiger Claw triple in 2025.
Nice. The Tiger Claw looks like
back.
Such a fun event.
Yeah, shout out to Ethan Newberry and Kim. I can't remember, but Ethan and Kim who created Tiger Claw. Looks like a very difficult choose your own adventure type style race and a lot of climbing in the Pacific Northwest, Issaquah, Washington to be exact.
Gosh, we are getting some stunning views of the June Mountain area. And we are awaiting Rachel Endricken to hit the June Lake aid station or June Mountain aid station, I'm sorry, at mile 171.7. Someone
says that Helen's 3 braids are her signature look. Love that. Love having a signature look. That's pretty cool. We are recharging a battery so that we can hopefully get some visuals on Rachel Endricken as she navigates that road section toward, like you said, the June Mountain aid station. I mean, it looks like he's back, so.
Yeah. And she will be our first female, second overall to come through that aid station.
Jason Garcia is staring at beautiful Tiger Mountain right now.
Love it.
And as you see on our screen there, Rachel Endricken, Amber Weibel, and Callie Smith are your 1, 2, and 3 in the women's race right now at the Mammoth 200. We are going to be scrolling through and keeping you updated on what is going on at the front end of this race. If you, men's side of the house, we got Jimmy Elam, Max Jolliffe, and Adair Ramirez. 1, 2, 3 at this current moment, but there are some people definitely chasing and, you know, potentially in a position to overtake or move into one of those positions, especially over, you know, the next stretch overnight. A lot changes. We saw that happen last night.
Had a question from Elephant Brother. Have you raced against Rachel?
Have I raced Rachel Endricken? I don't think I have. No.
Yeah, I haven't either. I think, surprisingly, yeah, I think we have not picked.
She's doing a lot of 200s, yeah, and I'm not. No, not yet.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
I may run Black Canyon 100K next February, and I think she's signed up for that. So
fun! That would be fun to see.
Could be
her change it up.
Could be something that happens. TBD.
We're gonna pull away to give runners little privacy.
I mean, we learned in an interview, or I listened to an interview with Jimmy Elam, where he did divulge publicly that he is able to pee while he continues running.
Yeah, no, I have seen many men master that technique, and I will say I'm a bit jealous. I will say that I can always see the pee trails down the trail.
Yep, we're like, what is that? Did somebody's water bottle leak? Oh, no. I mean, that's cool. That's good. That is, you know.
It's a skill, yeah.
It's impressive. It's impressive.
Yeah, nope, I have not mastered that yet.
We both know how to pee standing up, though. Or was that you? Was that me and Shelby?
I think Shelby can. Yes,
okay.
I've seen Shelby do it. Yeah, I've not done that
You'll
yet.
get there. We'll teach you.
Okay, perfect.
Also good skill to have, especially when it becomes really hard to bend down.
Yeah, it's so cruel in a lot of the European races. If you stop in one of the refugios, they have standing toilet or squatting toilets, and you're like, I can't.
You must squat, and you're like, and this is a workout.
Brutal.
Okay, can confirm. Kevin Goldberg saying there are so many pee lines out here. It's probably Jimmy.
It's probably really easy to see that too, because it's so
it's like
dry.
Yeah, and it's like gray. So then this is going to be a little bit of a darker line. Oh, the things we talk about.
Oh,
you can tell running live streams.
Day 2.
Yes,
deep into this.
Welcome to the community, everyone.
Yes. Love to hear Helen Payne is loving this race. That's awesome. So much love for this first edition of the Mammoth 200. They have done such a great job. So, yeah, we're psyched to hear that the runners are really enjoying it as well.
Yeah, if there's anyone tuning in that is part of a crew or that is a pacer or supporter and you know anything going on with your runners, we love to call that out. You know, this first year, we do not have field commentators out there. That is something I think that will evolve and happen as the race continues. We do have camera footage, which is amazing, and all of these videographers, but we don't have as many eyes in the field and people reporting back. So we love to get that intel from the crews themselves. Feel free to pop it in the chat. We've learned a lot about a lot of the runners and their experiences through folks just letting us know what's going on.
Yeah, that's super fun. All right, it looks like we do have visual of Rachel on the road, moving on her way to June Mountain Aid Station, which is mile 171.7.
All right, let's get, what emoji should we use? I want to know how many people in this chat have either paced or crewed an ultra. What emoji should we use for that, Alyssa?
Okay, if you have crewed, I'm going to say throw a sandwich in there.
Nice, nice.
And if you have paced.
A shoe?
A shoe.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, let us know. Put a shoe in the chat if you've paced. Put a sandwich in the chat if you have crewed any race.
And if you've done both, put both.
Yeah.
FKTs definitely count. I feel like FKTs could be harder.
For sure.
Yeah.
Love it. Coming in hot. We got a lot of shoot. We got a high heel. Jason Garcia with the high heel.
Mixing it up.
But did you wear that wow pacing? That'd be even more impressive. And if you haven't, you should. You should get out there. It's an amazing way to experience the sport.
Totally.
Always people, looking for support and crew and pacers. And there can be pacing sections that are, fairly short too.
Yeah, it can absolutely be, a 4, 5, 6 mile section just so you can get a taste of what it's like out there. I do love the comment, running is way easier than crewing. I tend to agree. I think that crewing and pacing, just the mental and emotional side of it. Because,
stressful.
Yeah, it's stressful because all you want is for your runner to succeed.
Not sure what the alien emoji alludes to, but
maybe they pace an alien.
I mean, maybe. A lot of shoes, a lot of both, a lot of sandwiches. Coolest thing I've experienced.
Love it.
Yeah. Woo-hoo.
Ah, nice. Paced and crewed. A girlfriend for 2. Bear 100 finishes. Bear is I believe, going on this weekend.
Yeah, it's happening. If it started yesterday, so it's got to be wrapping up for front runners. Crewed my cousin Jimmy Elam in Steamboat. Well, your cousin Jimmy Elam is really doing well at this race, Stephanie. And as soon as we ID some of these runners, we will let you know exactly who they are. On the right hand of your screen, Rachel Entrican making her way to June Mountain aid station. Wow, running together.
Nice. So we believe that on the left was/is, we've kind of zoomed out from here, Helen Payne and
Sam Carthen. Two runners in the race, not a runner and pacer, but maybe a couple of runners who have buddied up and are moving together.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of fun in these races. If you do find someone, maybe or even one of you has a pacer and one of you doesn't, you all become a little crew. And yeah, it can be so fun. I think so many times I've come out of races being like, well, I have a new best friend.
Yeah.
And you just share so much of life because you kind of removed a lot of the, social barriers in a way, which is pretty awesome.
We have just discovered that we have Cheese Whiz here in the production room. Oh, we've had it.
Apparently.
We've had it for some days. Oh.
All right. Well, someone has a dirty secret.
Back to the important things, the race at hand. Enough of the shenanigans in studio.
Great question. Have any in the top 5 slept? So we have confirmed Jimmy did take at least 2 10-minute naps. Rachel has not slept. Max, do we know?
We haven't gotten word on what has happened with Max, so unknown if Max has slept. Amber Weibel has not slept.
Yeah. And then I would guess that Jimmy probably is not, unless. So here's the thing. There does get a point sometimes in races where you are seeing everything that does not exist around you, and taking a 5-minute nap can really help to bring the visuals back, to bring the mind back. So actually stopping and napping for 5 minutes could end up saving a lot of time on miles. I will tell you, during Moab 240, I did end up actually falling asleep, waking up, and realized I was still walking. I wished I'd slept more while I was walking, but yeah.
That's wild.
People say that, I mean, you can get really into the sleepwalking, moving slowly, and that can be, it can be so much more advantageous to take the time, take 5 minutes, and then get back up and get going. So we'll see. He looks great, so hard to say, but yeah.
The alternative can happen too, where you want to or think you should sleep, and you try to sleep and you cannot sleep.
Yes.
We've heard that happen many times. So that is also something that could be encountered with these runners, hence why maybe some of them are moving more toward a less of a prescriptive, I plan to sleep at X time or X hour, versus listening to their body. And if they decide they are going to be able to fall asleep and need sleep, kind of going with the flow of it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's, Cameron said the idea of hallucinating out there really scares me. And I do think that people have really scary hallucinations. I know that Jeff Garmire hallucinates witches, I believe.
And clowns, maybe.
And clowns as well. But I do know other, like myself and Courtney tend to hallucinate animals. I see a lot of animals and a lot of faces, like kind of cool faces in leaves. So yeah, none of mine have been scary yet, and I hope it stays that way. But yeah, you know what's funny about hallucinating is that there is a part of your brain that is still aware. So they're kind of like watching yourself hallucinate, and I'd say half your brain to 3/4 of your brain is realizing you're hallucinating, and the other half is going, "This is silly."
Than anything.
You guys run the way up?
We have audio of Rachel coming into the June Mountain Aid Station, so we will switch to that.
I'm about to go up a lot.
You just want a t-shirt, plain t-shirt?
No. Okay, I want all the
Have your skin on stick ready.
Can I just have
This shirt?
Yeah.
Let me see here when I forgot.
Yeah! Hi! I still had the rock.
Awesome.
Good job, Rach. Good section. Ah! You're great. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to change sports bra? Oh, I don't care.
Sports bra right here.
I'm fine.
You got it. Oh, yikes.
We have.
Let me help you.
Are you like? Okay. I am not anymore. But I was.
I need one.
Two.
White
Warm.
and that one with water.
And then the other one just water.
Okay. How many scoops you put in?
How's
Two.
what you need?
Where's the
You can get it.
Here's the position right here.
Okay.
And she's this.
you know?
Yeah. Good. How are you doing? I am.
Oh.
All right, so we have Rachel Entrikin in at the June Mountain Aid Station. It looks like she did a shirt change, putting on a long sleeve for the evening section, getting some fluids in. Seems quite with it and lively per usual. So I would guess this is definitely not going to be, she's not going to be trying to sleep anytime soon. It looks like we are trying to do we're going to do a shoe change. And yeah, I'm sure that she will be pretty quick in and out.
I don't have line of sight yet. Okay, how do
And we are back to audio with Rachel.
So this guy, you again.
Okay.
You want to get in for two?
You guys have headlamps? Everybody know what kind of temperatures we're at? Used to be cold. Yeah. Cold. Like what is cool?
We also have great information from Robert about the top of Mammoth. Apparently, it's totally fogged in right now, no visibility, and 33 degrees with wind chill. So that is going to be an adventure up there. Hopefully, it clears out a bit and it warms up. That sounds pretty gnarly.
Sorry. I'll be walking this line. I'm an athlete. She came to stay with us last weekend. I'll watch everything.
Yeah.
Hiya. You smell bad. Yes.
We do have Rachel getting to pet a dog. We know that that makes her super happy, so I'm sure that that was a huge emotional boost at this time. If anyone knows what this adorable dog's name is, please shout it out in the group chat.
Oh, is that a lab puppy?
It almost looks like a lab pit bull mix.
Yeah.
Yeah, so cute. Vivian! Oh my gosh.
The dog's name is Vivian?
The dog's name is Vivian.
All right.
Love it.
Vivian.
A great question. So Rachel is wearing, Lecky, which is a pole company that many runners use. They have a glove system. So we call that basically a glove. And there is a loop, a very small loop that you attach. You basically like hook onto the pole.
Yeah, it's called a trigger shark system.
Thank
so
you.
there's a little bit of a opening at the top of the pole that the inside of her thumb has a cloth loop that's going to slide down into that, and then it's basically going to lock into place, and it allows you to use your poles, without having to grip.
Yeah, which gets
Or
really
to put it through a loop like you would like a ski pole.
Yeah.
So that's what those gloves are for. And then there's a little button at the top that you can push to come out of that if you want to unlock from the pole itself. It's a pretty cool system. They also have gloves. They have full gloves that or fingerless gloves.
Yeah.
And I use those at Uray.
Oh, I haven't used the fingers gloves. I use their full
gloves.
Because they also do Skimo gloves. And they actually have like a cover that you can pull over the fingers so it becomes a mitten.
Ooh.
I used that during UTMB and it was awesome.
That would be the play for if you need to keep your hands warm.
Totally.
All right, and as we check out yet another foot care situation here at the the Mammoth 200, which means it's time for me to leave because I am saying the wrong name of the race. I am going to take a little bit of a break. Corinne Chavoy, I am heading out. I will be passing the mic over to Shelby Farrell yet again. The three of us are just tag teaming right and left, and we'll be on with you for another few hours. It's been an honor, Alyssa. Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll be back with you soon, and you will hear from Shelby. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Corinne. It has been so much fun sharing the mic with you. And, oh, yeah, I bet that is not feeling so great on Rachel's feet at the moment, but she's going to feel way better once she gets that taken care of as she moves into the last 42-ish miles of the race.
I don't know what to
You don't
do.
want to switch out the.
Look, you're so cool. You get donated by all the.
You're gonna walk over.
I know. She's
She's
very aware. Yes, that was such a good cut. Yeah. That's my show.
No.
Not mine.
It's not necessary.
Do you want to put it on now?
It's in the front of the pocket.
Do what? Oh. That was fast.
Are the things in the right places, like you said?
Okay, I'm not going to do the bottom. But great. You got it. You're doing great. This is going to be Chris. Oh, God. I know I do every time. I think he just wants us to think about it. Do you think so? Probably. I did actually way easier that time. There you go.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, team. Yay! This is so fun.
Right, so you're,
Okay. Awesome. Okay,
Going this
thank
way.
you. Right. I have to go around the little mat. Yeah.
you could.
Thank you guys. Thank you, nurse.
Let's go, Rice!
We are here at the June Mountain Aid Station with Rachel Entrikin. She is making her way out. I am Melissa Clark, joined by Shelby Farrell. And we have, so Jimmy Elam, who is first overall, left this aid station at 33:32 elapsed time. And we have Rachel leaving at 35, we'll call it 06. So we have a little over an hour and a half between our first and second overall. We have Katie Asmuth, who is running with Rachel. We believe she paced her last night. Katie is the head of the aid station here at June Lake and just absolute hype woman of all things trail running. So Rachel is making her way out of the June Mountain aid station, and she will face quite a climb out of this aid station. It is about 2 miles and 1,300 feet. The total distance to the next aid station, which is Obsidian Dome, is 11.5 miles with 2,800 feet of climbing and 2,000 feet of descending. But she's got a pretty steep climb, which we did watch Jimmy power hike the crap out of earlier. So I'm sure that Rachel will do the same. Shelby, how you doing? Welcome back.
Thank you. This is super exciting. I mean, I just love seeing Katie Asmuth doing her hype dance. She came on the stream early in day one and gave us a rundown on really the first half of the course. And yes, she did pace Rachel last night on a section that was new to her despite being a local. And yeah, she coached a kids soccer game, 2 undefeated teams going after each other, and now is back here running this aid station and hype dancing for Rachel.
All right, so do we have? Yes.
She housed some rice and broth, which is good. She left with a flask of mashed potatoes and then her usual snacks like pretzels and gummy bears and things. So I think she's ready to go into the night.
One more time. Okay, cool. Thanks, Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What did
thank
you
you
say?
so much for thank you so much for the update on this. We did have a question. Does she go up over Mammoth Mountain? She does not. So Mammoth Mountain is the last climb of the race. So that will not come to right towards the end. And then they are just going to shoot their way down from the top of Mammoth Mountain to the end. So right now, she is headed up June Mountain. That is the mountain she's climbing right now.
She has about 2 miles and 1,300 feet of gain to get up June Mountain base camp and make her way to Mid Mountain, where she'll join June Lake Loop Trail for a beautiful and rocky 2-mile drop prior to a short road section. And then re-entering the forest. Look at this party aid station. Bring in the vibes. All right, we are going to bring in a special guest. This puppy's really cute, though. The puppy might be cuter than you, Cole Crosby. Welcome to the live stream.
Hey, it's Cole Crosby. What's up?
What's up, everybody?
Dude, thank you so much for joining us. To anybody who doesn't know Cole Crosby, he's on the Air Viper racing team, runs for Mount to Coast. He's a crusher runner, and his wife and team started Chaos Crewing Company. So they're out there crewing Kevin Goldberg and Melanie, right? Is that what you're doing here?
Yes, that is the plan, the task, and we are getting it done out here.
So my question is, what is Kevin's iPhone usage time right now in the race compared to his sleep time?
The guy has not slept yet.
Okay.
And honestly, I want him to get rid of that phone because it's slowing him down. He needs to keep pushing the pace. We got some places to make up here. You know, the second night is all about ultimately making those moves and setting yourself up for some top placements. So
love it. He last I checked was sitting just outside the top 10. So I'm sure we'll see some things shaking around tonight as we did last night. I feel like the night is when things happen.
Yeah, big cats hunt at night, baby. That's
what I
tell myself, at least. This hat that you're wearing, is this a Distance to Empty podcast hat?
No, this is a fun little collab hat that I met with a gentleman who has a business here in Boston. And for all of our fans that love Run Fasta, well, I guess I like to run slower, so it's a mindset kind of thing.
I love it. Yeah, I was trying to read what's under your brim there. Oh, there we go. Distance is just a number.
Love it.
That's
yes,
rad.
so that's my little mantra. So I worked on a little collaboration with him, creating a hat, kind of raising funds for the U.S. 24-hour team.
Oh, nice.
That's right. You made the U.S. 24-hour team with your epic run in the Peoria Sports Complex. That was crazy.
And the 24-hour run is it in France again this year?
Yes, it is. It's going to be in Albi, France, and it's in about 3 weeks or so. So October 18th.
Awesome. That's going to be amazing. So are you counting these as some of your miles of just getting in on good time on feet?
You know, we're trying. Definitely getting a little bit of extra altitude training for me coming from literally sea level out in Rhode Island. So yeah, it's beautiful. You know, me and my wife, Ashley, we had some travel delays coming out here, and so we're just happy to be here. Happy to see other crews in action and help Kevin and Melanie's journey.
Yeah, what's the crew scene like?
Well, I can give you a little bit synopsis here. We got a crew hard at work, kind of getting things going. We got some delicious food going on over here.
Ooh.
So this is F3. F3.
Hey, awesome.
Callie
is this Callie Smith?
Hi, everybody.
What's up, Callie? You're doing amazing.
kids at home.
Aw. Callie, we are
So they're getting everything
rooting
set
for
up.
you.
Yeah, she's looking great. As we're transitioning, so here at the Lee Vining aid station, approximately mile 140, you caught us as the rain clouds are coming through, the wind's picking up. We're entering the night shift, which, as we know, on day 2, this is where the moves are made. We have a bunch of runners that will be coming in here in the next 15 to 30 minutes. Crews are just kind of setting things up, getting ready. Here's a great setup for us here. So tons of nutrition, the bare boat wipes, as you can see there. All we're really missing is a beautiful campfire, but really this group here is primed. They're ready. They got the snacks. Look at all the sugar. To keep
The
people
nerd
going.
clusters, love it.
The nerd clusters. Ultimately, this is kind of the calm before the storm, I would say. We've had some of the front runners come through. And here's our F3 as she's leaving the aid station here.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Come
She's
on,
got to go through the
Callie.
timing mat again.
That can be so annoying as a runner when you're like, oh, I gotta walk back somewhere. Kidding me? Rawr. It's cool. I want to know more about Callie Smith. We'll have to, maybe we'll be able to interview her after she finishes. But yeah, her and Amber Weibel, both mothers out there just crushing it.
Yeah, so anywho, as you can see, darkness is descending over the aid station. Again, the calm before the storm. We're going to be having about 4 runners coming in the next 15 to 30 minutes.
Nice.
Kevin Goldberg being one of them. Got a group, they're all within about a mile, kind of within each other, staggered. So one runner is going to be a mile ahead of the next, from the next, and the next. So it'll be a conga line here. A lot of action happening here at the Lee Vining aid station.
Yeah, that's actually a tight race for the.
That's all kind of the top 10, like right on the edge. Yeah.
Top 10.
That's exciting. Do you have the grilled cheeses
And I'm
primed?
stealing this light here.
Oh, good.
Nice.
Yeah, now we can see your face.
Yeah.
Now, Cole, how many of the people coming in are you crewing, like you and your team crewing specifically, all 4, or just Kevin?
No. So we have, we're really crewing both Kevin Goldberg and then Melanie as well.
Awesome.
So there's a little bit of a gap between the 2 of them. So we have kind of 2 crew vehicles kind of staggered out between the various aid stations, kind of taking care of them as we go along.
Awesome. It was really great touching base with you, Cole. It's cool to see you out here.
Yeah.
I can now say fellow East Coaster, because we're both back at sea level, huffing and puffing at 8,000 plus feet in the sky.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you all so much for what you do. Crazy race this year. I'm so impressed to see all these times, and everyone's just looking so good through all these checkpoints. I mean, I think 200s are really upping their game, and definitely I think Mammoth is proof of that.
Well, we hope to see you run it next year, maybe.
Yeah, and
I don't know. We'll see.
Massive good luck.
Never say never.
Massive good luck on the 24-hour championships. We will be following along and rooting for you.
Sounds great. Thank you all so much. Keep up the great work.
Thank you. All right. We are going to throw over to Kevin. Kevin, what you got for us?
Hey, guys. I'm here at June. We're wrapping up after having crewed Rachel. So she came in, did a shirt swap, and we repacked a new bag for her with all her gear for the night. Katie came over and graciously addressed her feet. She said it's a little bit of grit and stuff building for a while, so took care of that, taped her toes, new socks and shoes, fresh gaiters, and she housed some rice and broth before marching out with her pacer with a flask of hot potatoes. So,
Love it.
She's marching up the hill, hopefully eating some snacks.
Awesome.
Sounds like a perfect way to spend a Saturday night, if you ask me.
I mean, why would you want to do anything else?
How are you guys doing? You've been bringing this party train all the way through.
Well, I was just graciously gifted a dark chocolate latte by Tim here at the aid station, so now I am revived and functional.
That sounds
That
like
sounds
magic.
yeah.
Yeah, that was a blessing from the heavens, because I was trying to nap here in the parking lot before Rachel came in and was not feeling all that well. So feeling better now. We're going to go over to Obsidian and crew there. We're going to do a pacer swap there, and Harry is going to take her in all the way to the finish line.
Yeah,
Nice.
you have Harry and Brianna from Topanga. I lived in LA, so I've crossed paths with the two of them. It was really cool to see them both pop up on the stream. She's going to be in great hands with Harry. I imagine they became friends when she lived in LA.
I know she ran with Bree quite a bit. I don't know how well she knows Harry, but I think it's actually a bit strategic. Because she was saying, like, well, you know, if I'm suffering at the end of the race here, I can't be complaining to Harry because, like, I don't know him that well. He's doing something so nice for me, I can't complain to him.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
He's always seemed like a super nice guy. Yeah, not somebody that you know, you gotta tough it up when you're with a stranger, and that's a good strategy.
Yeah, she's got to put on a brave face.
Which she's done really the whole race, but we know what we know what you're saying.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, Kevin, are you going to get a little sleep in between, or are you too wired right now?
I may try to catch a quick nap after Obsidian. We got Bree here too to join us. I may try to catch a quick nap after Obsidian, but probably not before then.
Gotcha.
Hey Bree, it's Shelby Farrell, fellow Backbone Trail lover.
Hey! What's up, Shelby? Oh
So
my
good
gosh,
to see you.
how's it going?
I know. Congratulations too. I know that you two are expecting.
Yeah, thanks. No, yeah, Harry's one bringing her in tonight. I'm FOMO. I wish it was me, but
But
Harry's
you're
good
out
stuff.
here soaking in the vibes. It's good.
Yeah,
to see
I know.
you.
Rachel's easy person to crew and pace, and Kevin's crew chief extraordinaire. So easy.
Yeah. Does she like? I mean, is she texting you guys or having the crew text you before she gets to certain spots? Is there any strategy there to kind of help keep things prepped and moving fast?
Yeah, that's one thing we really benefited from at Cocodona, because that route has a lot of slow coverage. So we utilized that strategy there where, you know, Mila can aid, usually the pacers would use text. You know, she was looking for A, B, or C foods, swap shoes or whatever, and we just make sure those things are prominent in our setup and make sure they're easy to get to. But generally speaking, we set up the aid stations the same way every time, which generally means have everything available. And hopefully she doesn't need any of it, but it's all there for her.
Nice.
Yeah, you've looked very prepared. We were commenting earlier about just how well organized and it was just like a beautiful layout. I think it was at Lee Vining, utilizing that precision blanket, and I don't know, it was artful.
Yeah, no, it looks great.
I think that's probably courtesy of Jake Field, because that was okay. Jake is a meticulous organizer.
Yeah,
Nice.
well, it looked good for the camera, so you guys are crushing it.
Good for the gram.
Yeah, well, yeah, we should let you get some rest to just kind of chill out for a bit. But thank you so much for coming on and chatting with us. We appreciate it. And yeah, rooting Rachel on all the way to the finish.
Ow, ow.
Thanks so much.
Good to see you, Bree. Have a great night.
Yeah, nice.
All right. Oh, we got some disco lights. That's awesome. We did have a question. Is Sally going to be on the live stream? Sally is going to absolutely be on the live stream all day tomorrow. She is bringing the energy. She is bringing the hype. We are so stoked to have her. So, yes, we will have Sally McRae in the building starting bright and early. And we know she is just going to be an amazing addition to the team.
I'm so excited to hear more about Sally's adventure out here too, because if you haven't watched her film, The Mammoth, it's on YouTube. They created it to really help launch the race, and I don't know, it turned me on. It made me want to watch it. So yeah, Sally will have some cool, fresh intel from being the pioneer of this course.
Yeah, I think that's super exciting. And gosh, she just has so much experience and wisdom in the ultra running space. And also, she's talked many times about how this area of the world this year is the Death Valley is just super important to her. And so it will be really fun to hear about her experiences. Just spending time in this beautiful area. I think we're getting
audio from Katie Asmith and crew. What up, Katie Asmith and crew? It's Shelby Farrell and Alyssa Clark.
Hey! How's it going?
Welcome to June Mountain Aid Station.
Yeah, we're killing it.
I gotta know, did the kids win the soccer?
Rush. Oh.
Did the kids win?
Yeah. 4-3. Oh man, it was a tight game though. Whew, those Green Goblins worked so hard. I'm so proud of them.
Go Green Goblins.
It was so close. Yeah. Sorry, we got them next time. Anyways, so it's one of those moments we're at June Mountain Aid Station now, and we got here at what, 3? To set up to have Jimmy come through, and it's like the mad rush.
Definitely like the hurry up and wait.
Yeah. And everybody that's listening who has worked aid stations before, it's like you understand that feeling. Yeah. We definitely felt that. We're okay, and then it was like, okay, well now we have an hour and a half. Anyways, now they're both through, and we have several hours of chilling now. Yeah. So maybe we'll take some naps. Yeah, since we're going to be here for the next couple of days.
Yeah, definitely recommend the naps for sure.
Sneak them in. Yeah. I have a question for you. I heard that there are some special potatoes made for Jimmy. I work with Morgan Toohey, and it sounded like his girlfriend whipped up some boiled potatoes. Is that true?
Oh yes, thank you, Kelsey. These are we've got the boiled potatoes. Yum, delicious. What else do we have? We have some chips and guac and hummus and pickles, your normal fare, some ramen, some instant mashed potatoes as well. And then do you want to tell our...
Yeah, we're going to have, we've got eggs and cheese and tortillas to make breakfast burritos. We have waffles with the cream and fruit
and some berries. And we have banana pancakes.
Yum.
Really, any combination of any of those ingredients, we got you. I'm thinking nachos might be fun.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nacho pancakes, maybe? Yeah, let's do it. I heard there was some dark chocolate coffee or something happening.
The espresso.
Oh.
Well, why don't you come over here?
Oh, look at this tour. Look at that scary bear
I was going to
head.
say, that is quite the bear head. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Are you kidding me? This might be the first time. What? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
drink coffee, so I don't know anything about it. But my partner does. He just ran away. But he's got like all the fixings, like dark chocolate sauce, light chocolate, I guess milk chocolate, vanilla. He's been offering all the options.
Incredible.
Getting lattes.
I feel like we're headed to June. I think we're going to head to June Mountain right now.
I might end up there. I might be doing some pacing from June Mountain, so I might snack on some pancakes and espresso at, I don't know, it might be like midnight-ish when you see me, TBD.
We're pretty close over there. Yeah. We've got an inside as well. That's where the drop bags are. We have indoor bathrooms, real toilets, warm area. We have a cot sleeping area inside as well. So we're kind of crushing life over here.
Wow, this is sort of a bougie aid station. I'm here for it.
I think that this is the last sleep station that inside sleep station that runners have. And you have cute puppies.
We do have cute
Yes,
puppies.
it is the last sleep station until you get to the end where there are infinite sleep possibilities.
We have eye masks and
Time for
earplugs,
coffee.
but you won't need that because we're gonna keep it nice and dark and quiet section. So yeah, we're feeling pretty good about ourselves actually. We won the contest. So
Especially with the espresso machine.
I don't know, path projects, Billy Yang, with your rice balls. I think we got you. What do you think?
Oh, I didn't know there was an aviation
Shots
competition,
fired.
but this should
Oh,
become the
wow.
first 200 miler that also awards a prize purse for best aid station.
Ooh.
Ooh, love that idea. Extra swag? We'll take extra swag.
Yeah,
We'll take,
Okay, yeah.
just extra
The
kudos.
swag is amazing.
Yeah, extra lights for next year. That would be fun. Yeah.
Oh.
Nice.
No,
Oh, that'd be
so
cool if it was like
this
you
was-
won a budget to buy stuff for your aid station.
Ooh. I
That'd be
love
pretty
this. We're gonna
sweet.
go
Back to the light.
back to the light.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you all get a nap in, as I know that you're going to have a little bit of a gap before runners are coming in. But thank you all so much for what you do. You all are rock stars. We appreciate you. And I know the runners are just going to be so stoked when they get here. So awesome work. Love it.
Yay,
Love to see the
Gina.
team.
Woo.
Thanks, everyone.
Woo! Bye. Yeah, so if I end up pacing tonight, I would start at June Mountain.
Oh.
So I want one of those espressos
Yeah.
badly.
Yeah.
Triple shot, baby.
We can hear the espresso machine going. All right, so to give a couple of updates on, we do for sure know our first and second overall. We have Jimmy, who came in left June Mountain Aid Station, because I like to say when they left, at 33 hours and 32 minutes. And then Rachel was about, now I'm second guessing myself, was about an hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half behind Jimmy as our second runner through. So that is our first and second overall, first female, first male, both through the June Mountain Aid Station. And they are on their way to Obsidian Dome, and June Mountain is at mile 171.7.
It looks like when I was off the air, Adair made some moves, maybe? Do we have confirmation on that, or is that just the tracker talking?
I don't think that we have confirmation at this point, but it does appear that he's moving quite well. So right now, officially, we have Jimmy in first, Rachel in second. They are both through June Mountain. And then, as far as we know, based off the trackers, we have Max, King of Moab, in third, Etta Ramirez in fourth, Amber in fifth overall, second female, Xander Chase in sixth, Callie Smith, our third female overall, in seventh, Jeff Pelletier in eighth, Jesse Haynes ninth, Roman Track 10th, Kevin Goldberg, man of the people, in 11th, Matt Smith 12th, Sam Carthen 13th, Teddy Tonelli 14th, Hannah Payne 15th, fourth female. So that is our top 15 overall.
Yeah, Helen Payne, she had some really cool braids the first day.
She's still rocking them. That's her signature look. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. And, you know, it looks like Jimmy and Rachel are about 5.3 miles apart, and it's been relatively consistent.
Yeah. He did grow the lead a bit in this aid station. I think there was about an hour at the last aid station, and now it has grown past an hour, but still holding super strong. I mean, within a 200-mile race, that's really not that far away.
No, and we have some varying terrain coming up for them through the night. I think they're pretty much through the Jeep road land.
Yeah, I think they're in more of the technical trail at this point.
They're back into the mountains.
Yeah.
So, like, when you leave June Mountain, you have 2 miles and 1,300 feet of climbing to get up about to midway of June Mountain before hitting June Lake Loop. And then, as we've discussed, you don't finish, but your finish is summiting and then going down, down to the village. So they have quite a bit of climbing left for this race.
Yes, they do. And also, we have gotten reports that it is 33 degrees at the top of Mammoth Mountain with no visibility. So that is going to be,
be wild.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty wild. And runners are definitely going to have to focus on keeping safe as they approach the final climb
Especially
of the race.
With no sleep.
Yeah, no sleep, low calories. Yeah.
That is the kicker.
Definitely.
But, man, Jimmy's been eating like a king out there. Every time we've seen him at an aid station, he's getting food in. And like I was saying to Katie, I had some intel from my coworker, Morgan Toohey. He's a local. He had a request for some special potatoes at one point today, and Morgan's girlfriend boiled some potatoes, and then Morgan picked them up and drove them to the aid station. So this race is like so accommodating. I mean, you just got a tour of the June Mountain aid station. They have an espresso machine. These runners are
in for a treat.
Really well taken care of, and it's so cool to see. Like, okay, yeah, let's go run 214 miles around a giant crater and have the best community keep us moving forward and fed and feeling loved. So,
yeah, not
exciting.
so bad. Yeah, you're selling yourself. No one even has to try. You're just selling it out to yourself for next year. Love it. Well, as we are heading into the night, and we'll have less and less video footage to show you all because of, the nighttime. You know it's night because it is. We are going to be signing off on our commentary, and we will be back quite early in the morning with Corinne Chalvoy and Sally McRae kicking things off this coming AM Sunday morning. They'll be back on. So, Shelby, do you have any parting words for this gang?
I mean, this has just been a phenomenal weekend. It's not over yet, but, we're 35 hours, 37 minutes into the Mammoth 200, the inaugural Mammoth 200. And it's kind of wild to be at this point. I'm sure the runners are saying the exact same thing to themselves, like, oh my gosh, I'm more than halfway through the race, or I'm halfway through the race. And it's just kind of wild to be at this point. We're going to see people finish this big, beautiful loop tomorrow.
Yeah. No, it's super exciting. It's been such fun to follow along and have all of you with us. So with that, this is Alyssa Clark signing out for the night.
Shelby Farrell, I'll see you tomorrow, and you'll get to see every runner come through the finish. We are dedicated to capturing every runner's finish, so keep your eyes peeled. If you have friends out here, you'll get to cheer them on as they accomplish this amazing, amazing endurance feat.
Yes, it's going to be awesome. And with that, we wish everyone a good night, and we will see you soon.
Good night.